Welcome, friend. Settle in, breathe slowly, and let the warm hush of the fire carry you back to the very first stories ever told. Tonight, we'll wander through the book of Genesis, quietly, gently, tracing beginnings, blessings, and the long arc of hope. Before we start, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Share your city or country in the comments so we can picture this circle of light stretching across the map. Now, get cozy, close your eyes if you like, and let the story begin. Before anything had a name, there was only a deep quiet, a stillness so complete it felt like holding your breath beneath calm water. No sun rose, no shadow fell, no clocks ticked, because time itself had not yet stretched its first limb. Then a word was spoken, not a shout, not the clatter of thunder, but a steady summons that sounded like certainty. Light answered. It did not explode so much as unfold, like dawn coming to a land that had never seen morning. Darkness did not disappear. It stepped aside and kept its dignity, taking the evening garment as its own. The first day exhaled, and the rhythm of things began. Boundaries followed. The word spoke again, and the expanse lifted like a tent raised over an open field. Waters learned to gather themselves, humble and obedient, slipping into their places. Above, a blue vastness opened, weightless and unfathomable. Below, the deep listened and became calm. The air between them was new, a corridor for wings not yet made, for voices not yet sung. Evening drifted in like a soft curtain, morning parted it with gentle hands, and the second day held. The third day carried the weight of change. The waters folded back like a polite crowd making room, and dry land rose, blinking, newborn and old in the same breath. The land did not remain bare. At a word, green loosened itself into view. Fine sprouts stitched a soft carpet over stone. Shy mosses found the cool shade. Strong trees rooted themselves with a patience that felt like prayer. Vines tested their grip, and then swung confidently from branch to branch. Leaves opened as if remembering something, broad and narrow, glossy and rough. Each new shade of green a note added to a widening chord. Seeds tucked under soil sent up their small flags. Shrubs learned to shape the wind. Fruits appeared, bright and full, as if joy had decided to be edible. Flavour entered the world. Texture and scent followed close behind. Evening came and wrapped it all like a blanket. Morning unwrapped it again, and the land wore its living clothes. The fourth day wrote time in the sky. Lamps were set into the vastness. The sun, faithful and warm, sworn to keep watch over days. The moon, gentle and observant, appointed for night. Stars were scattered, not carelessly, but with the kind of extravagance that comes from endless supply. A glittering grammar for sailors not yet born, poets not yet dreaming, shepherds not yet watching. Constellations learned their steps across the dome. Shadows found their angles. Seasons were braided into the calendar, and the world learned to count. Evening passed like a page being turned. Morning read the next line aloud. The fifth day brought the first flurry of motion. From the waters rose sleek shapes with eyes bright as coins, scales writing quicksilver in the depths. Leviathans rolled like heavy laughter, shoals shifted like thoughts across the seabed. Coral lifted careful architecture into the tide, and anemones waved their coloured hands. On the air hung a new music. Wings. Birds glittered into being, feather on feather, hummingbirds stitching light with needle beaks, eagles weighty with purpose, swallows darting like commas in the wind. Some learned to perch on reeds and sing, filling the morning with notes clear enough to make even stones listen. Others skimmed the water and tasted salt, already knowing the shape of the horizon. The sky widened to hold them. The Maker blessed them with plentifulness, and they understood. Evening dimmed softly, morning brightened like a promise kept. The sixth day unfolded on warm ground. Hooves tested soil, paws pressed prints into new mud. Creatures appeared in an astonishing procession, as if the earth itself were telling jokes and stories at once. Swift gazelles discovered the thrill of open plains. Lions walked with the gravity of kings and queens who need not hurry. Elephants moved like living hills, bearing memory in their eyes. Foxes danced with clever feet. In burrows, rabbits stitched families. Cattle learned to graze in patient congregations. The world filled with fur and hide, with whiskers and whiskered wisdom, with teeth made for grass and teeth made for meat. Each found its food, its rhythm, its rest. And then the day, already full enough to burst, paused. Another word was spoken, a word that gathered all the earlier words into itself. Let us make a creature in our image. Dust, ordinary as the dust on any road to come, was lifted in tender hands and shaped with care. Not a statue, not a puppet, a being. Breath moved from the Maker's depths into nostrils fashioned for it, and the figure opened its eyes. The first human looked around, and the world looked back, and for the first time wonder knew a face, sight named colour, touch learned texture, ears caught birdsong and waters speaking, tongue tested sweetness and salt, the heart beat, not only with life, but with meaning. Work was given as a gift. The human was shown the garden's paths and the direction of the streams. Hands learned to guide a vine and admire a bee. The world had always been good. Now it had a keeper who could see its goodness and answer it. Wisdom found a listener. Freedom arrived with its faithful companion. Boundary. Eat freely, the voice instructed, and the words tasted like abundance. But not that fruit. Not yet. Not that. The command was not a trap. It was the fence along a cliff, the warning light before a sharp curve in the road, the imagined hand on a child's shoulder at the edge of busy traffic. Love, asked to remain loved by trust. Evening descended on that sixth day, as if reluctant to leave anything unblessed. The Maker looked at everything made and found no flaw in the song. Very good. Not perfect like ice that cannot be touched without cracking, but perfect like a table set for a feast, like a field ready for harvest, like a story whose rising action is exactly right. The human lay down under the stars that sang their silent choirs, and rest visited him. He rested not because he was tired, but because rest is part of being well. Then came the seventh day, and something new entered creation, the stillness of delight. The Maker, who does not need sleep, ceased from creating and watched. The rivers kept their courses, unhurried. The birds did not stop flying, and yet the sky felt quieter, as if holding a secret. The lion's breath was a slow bellows in the grass. Light poured like honey, and time let go of its urgency. The day itself was blessed, made a sanctuary you could carry, a cathedral with no walls, a lull in which you could hear your own breath keeping company with the breath that made you. Rest was not a pause between important things. It was an important thing. A crown for the weak, fitted and shining. When the sun slipped below the rim of the world and came again, the days resumed their dance, but the rhythm was set and could not be untaught. Work and rest, speech and silence, boundary and freedom, sky and land, water and shore, evening and morning, darkness and light. The world learned its steps and did not stumble, and in the centre of it all, the human stood small and significant, a mirror of the Maker's heart, carrying likeness like a lantern. He looked on oceans he did not yet know how to cross, and mountains he did not yet know how to climb, and wondered what it might mean to live in a place so carefully sung into being. He knelt and touched the soil. It was cool and crumbly, smelling of rain and possibility. He pressed his fingers into the earth and left his mark, then lifted those fingers to his face, and left the earth's mark there too. He discovered joy not as a sudden blaze, but as a steady warmth, like embers under ash that never burn out. He listened to the wind move through leaves, and realized that even air has music. He watched a herd of deer pause and then leap, all together, as if obeying a command he could not hear, and a tenderness he could not measure swelled behind his ribs. He understood little, but what he understood mattered. He was not alone. The voice that had shaped the world would walk with him in the cool of the day. The one who called light from nothing could call wisdom from confusion, courage from fear, songs from silence. The days ahead would be the long unfolding of that companionship. Mistakes would be made and mended, boundaries would be tested and taught again. The garden would be a school of joy as much as a home of plenty. But for now, there was this: breath, light, green, wing, fin, hoof, fruit, seed, shadow, and shine, the hum of insects at dusk, the hush that falls when stars show their patient faces, the promise that the one who began the story would keep telling it. He rose and walked toward the river. Fish darted from his shadow, and then returned, curious. He cupped water in his hands and drank. It tasted of stone and sky. He watched the current carrying leaves like small boats, learned the shape of the current's voice where it parted around a rock, felt the tug at his ankles. He saw a branch floating past and reached to catch it, laughing at how it twisted just out of reach and then swung back into his hands as if the world enjoyed playing. He set the branch on the bank, and it became a staff, smooth and strong. He did not know yet how often he would need something sturdy to lean on. He only knew it felt good to hold. He named a bird. It cocked its head as if to agree. He named a tree and patted its trunk. He named a hill and climbed it, then looked down on the patchwork he had begun to understand. To name a thing is to see it, and to see it is to love it. The Maker had named light and day and night and good. Now the human learned to continue the practice. Words were tools, but they were also gifts. Each sound he gave to a creature fit like a key into a lock, and where fit and name met, delight opened. Evening arrived again and settled over everything. Fireflies sketched small, glowing runes above the grass, writing sentences no one else could read. Crickets tuned their legs and began. Somewhere far off, waves practiced their long memory. The human lay back and looked at the constellations, which knew their cues and kept them. In his chest, his heart beat the tempo of being alive. In the quiet, he could almost hear an answer to an unasked question. Yes. Yes to existence. Yes to belonging. Yes to the slow, bright journey that would carry him into knowing. The Maker's yes had started the world. The human's yes would carry him through it. Morning would come and come again, each time with newness that never learned to be dull. The world was ready. The table was set. The story had begun not with conflict, but with blessing. Not with hunger, but with plenty. Not with fear, but with trust. There would be time for other chapters, for testing and tears, for losing and finding. But the first word was light, and the first verdict was very good, and that truth, once spoken, would never stop echoing through every valley and city and heart that followed. Mist rises from the earth like breath, a soft veil that waters the soil before any rain has learned to fall. The ground is dark and tender, ready for footprints and seeds. From this soil, warm as a hand, a form is shaped with careful attention. The shape is simple at first, then particular. Shoulders, a curve of palm, lines of a face. The Maker leans close. Breath that has no beginning fills lungs that have just been made, and a chest rises with the first rhythm of life. Sight opens. The new human tastes the air, hears the world's quiet, and sits up in a universe that has waited for him. A place is prepared for his joy. Eastward, a garden spreads like a promise kept. Trees stand everywhere, not only useful, but beautiful as well. Their leaves hold back sun in soft green shade, and their branches hang with fruit that seems to gleam by its own gladness. In the centre rise 2 trees unlike the others, the first whispering with long life, the second heavy with a knowledge too strong to hold before its time. A river springs from the garden and divides into 4 glittering roads of water. One curls through a land where gold sleeps in the hills and resin sweetens the air, where stones gather light and keep it. Another sweeps the borders of dark, fertile country. A third runs swift and straight by eastern fields, and the 4th, broad and patient, takes its time through valleys that will one day be named. The sound of running water reads the garden like scripture. The human explores, first with his eyes, then with his hands. He lifts figs warm from the sun, presses a leaf to his cheek, puts his feet in the shallow stream, and laughs when tiny fish nip at his toes and dart away. He walks and learns. The garden shows him trails that loop back to springs, terraces where vines will soon climb, soft patches of moss that remember every step. The Maker brings him into the centre and speaks words that are both invitation and boundary. Eat freely. Taste from every tree that offers its sweetness. This one tree, leave it untouched. You do not need what it holds today. The instruction is firm and kind. A bright fence at the edge of a cliff. A hand on a shoulder before a wagon road. The human nods. The world is wide enough without that fruit. Work begins, but work here is not heavy. He learns the weight of a simple hoe and the angle that coaxes a channel of water to turn and bless a thirsty patch of soil. He pulls weeds that cannot help trying to take more than their share, and he sets them aside to become mulch under the figs. He prunes with care and sees how a cut branch returns in spring with more fruit than before. He stakes a young tree against a sudden wind and returns the next day to find it standing straighter. He walks the paths at dawn and at dusk, noticing how light changes the speech of the leaves. He discovers how to sleep when the night sings, and how to rise when birds begin their morning rounds. Companionship is in the air, in every pair of wings that chatter over the pond, in the herds that move together at the far meadow. The human senses a gap in his own life, a space shaped like a someone. He does not yet have a word for it, only a reaching that wakes in him when the day is quiet. The Maker sees the reaching and says it is not good for him to be alone. So a parade of living creatures passes before him, and he finds that words come as easily as breathing. He looks at one with patient eyes and calls it ox, and at a nimble climber and calls it goat, at a creature with whiskers like questions and names it cat. He watches a bright bird that angles its long beak into flowers and hums as it drinks. And the name that rises is small and perfect. Names fit. They click into the world like stones set into a path. And yet as the last sparrow lifts in a small cloud, and the last fawn follows its mother into fern shade, the human knows that none of these is his match. Evening comes cool and kind. The Maker draws near as the light softens and speaks to the human as a friend speaks, about the way vines listen to gentle hands, about how rivers remember where they began. The human listens and answers as best he can. He speaks of a longing that feels like a missing rib, something near the heart. The Maker smiles and bids him rest. A sleep falls that is not only deep, but healing. A sleep that trusts the world to keep turning without watchful eyes. In that sleep, the Maker opens the human side, not to take away, but to build from what is closest to his heart. From bone and breath, a second shape forms. The face is familiar and new at once, as if a melody has found its harmony. When the man wakes, there she is, standing under a tree that has spent the afternoon braiding light through its leaves. Her eyes carry the same sky he has admired, and her hands already know the curve of fruit and the promise of seed. He rises, amazed that joy can be so specific. Words tumble out of him, not a speech so much as a recognition. You are of me, yet wholly yourself. Finally, the space in him is filled not with less of himself, but with someone who answers him with her own strength. She speaks his name and her own, and both names sound right in the garden. There is no bargaining here, no bruising. There is a joining that feels like coming home. They begin to learn the art of together. Morning finds them at the river, discussing where to lay a channel for a patch of new seedlings. She thinks to widen the bank near the fig to slow the flow. He suggests setting flat stones to keep the mud from collapsing. And together they make a plan that neither would have made alone. At midday, they rest in the pattern of leaf shade and light. And he tells her how a grasshopper leapt into his hand, and she tells him how a wren scolded her for daring to move a twig near its nest. They laugh in a way that does not divide but shares. When the work ends, they walk the paths without hurry, touching bark, tasting berries. nodding to a deer that watches them with calm acknowledgement. Their speech grows richer. They coin words for small things and large things, for the shine that lies on a stream at dawn, for the feeling when the first wind of evening threads through hair damp with work. The garden offers its lessons as a good teacher does, with repetition and delight. They learn that some seeds prefer darkness and time, others light and shallow soil. They learn to lift a leaf and check for tender pests, and to invite birds to the garden as allies who sing and also eat the small thieves. They learn to thank the trees by shaping their growth so branches do not break under the gift of fruit. They learn that water is not only for thirst, but for blessing, that a trickle placed well can turn a patch of dust into a bed for mint and thyme, that the scent of crushed herbs lingers on fingers long after the basket is full. In the cool of the day, the maker comes again, not as an idea, but as presence. There are questions and answers. What did you discover today? How did patience change what you expected? They speak of boundaries like friends who have walked a narrow path and found it led to a wide view. The maker does not hover over every movement, but delights in their learning. When they speak of the tree of knowledge, they do so with reverence and ease. It stands in the centre, not to taunt, but to remind. Trust is at the heart of the garden. There is enough goodness to fill a lifetime, and the time to know more will come when love can hold it. Nights are not empty. The stars write quiet lines across the dome, and constellations trace shapes they will later name. But for now, they are simply beauty. On some nights, a moth with wings like old parchment drifts to the edge of their fire and rests, and they study it with the same curiosity they bring to a river's bend. On some nights, the wind carries the far rustle of animals settling down, and they listen until they can tell boar from bear, crane from owl. Sleep finds them unguarded because the world feels kept. They lie close, not for fear, but because closeness makes every breath a shared prayer. Days fall into seasons. Flowers that were strangers become faithful visitors. A fig tree remembers to ripen, then to rest. The garden changes colour and scent in cycles that teach them to expect both abundance and waiting. They count time not in numbers, but in returns. The first ripe fruit is always a small astonishment, even though they have tasted it before, because this one is here and now and perfect in its small way. They give thanks easily. Gratitude spreads through their days like water under roots. As their work expands, so do their gifts. He builds a frame of woven branches for cucumbers that once sprawled and now climb. She crafts baskets from reeds by the water and shows him how to choose the greenest, most forgiving stems. They trade tools without fuss and find that skill is not a possession, but a shared inheritance. When a storm rolls close, with the sound of distant drums, they gather what cannot weather the wind and trust trees that bend to teach them how to endure. They wait under an eave of leaves while rain knots itself into curtains and then unknots itself again. The air after a storm smells like the beginning of the world. They honour their bodies as gifts. They are not ashamed of skin and muscle, of the gentle weight of arms and the solid work of legs. They learn how touch can be language, how a hand on a shoulder can say, "I am here," without a single syllable. Love is not a theory for them. It grows like a vine that finds its trellis and flourishes there. They sleep as one and wake as two again, glad for the difference and the union both. Visitors are frequent. A fox with bright eyes lurks at the edge of the path until curiosity overcomes caution, then sits and watches as they kneel to plant, tipping its head when they speak. Cranes stand in the shallows like monks, and when one foot lifts and sets back down, it is like a bell. A small herd of deer discovers that the couple will not chase them, and so they graze near, ears flicking, tails switching, calm as the shadows they cast. A tortoise with a face like an old teacher arrives and stays for half a day with a patience that erases hurry from the heart. Sometimes they pause by the two trees at the heart of the garden. The first seems to thrum with life, not loudly, but like a harp string plucked and left to sing. The second gleams, its fruit precise and luminous. They stand there, hand in hand, and feel that to leave the fruit untouched is not a deprivation, but a way of honouring the one who placed it there. The garden is full of yes, and this single no gives the yes its shape. They understand that love is not love if it has no freedom to obey. They build small altars of stones where something important happened so they can remember. Here a bee colony decided to settle after days of hovering. Here the first grapevine sent tendrils out and found the frame built for it. Here they learned that mint-like shade with a bit of sun at noon. They place 3 stones, or 7, and each time the pile is less about the stones and more about the memory held. These are humble monuments, but they steady the mind and open the heart. Language continues to grow between them. They invent a word for the sheen of sweat on the forearm that means good work done, and another for the quiet that falls after a hard task finished well. They name a certain slant of light if it comes after rain in the late afternoon, and another sound the river makes when a certain flat rock nudges loose and turns in the current. Their vocabulary is a garden of its own, tended with care, and every new word is a fruit to share. When they disagree, they learn the craft of gentleness. If he wants to turn the channel left, and she sees that right will save the saffron's roots, they do not harden around their separate visions. They walk the ground together, shoes damp, fingers muddy, and let the earth itself advise them. Often the answer is some third way, or an answer that changes with the season. Wisdom likes a conversation more than an argument. Each day at dusk they notice what they have learned and speak it aloud so it will not be lost. The maker's friendship does not waver. Sometimes the voice instructs. Sometimes it simply enjoys them. You have done well to stake the young trees early. Do you see how the ants build a bridge from their bodies? They laugh and answer yes, and they bow their heads at praise, not because they are embarrassed, but because humility is as natural as breath in this place. They are being shaped daily into the kind of people who can receive more, and then more still. At the edge of the garden, wild country begins. They walk there at times, hand in hand, and the land beyond is good in its way, raw and full of distances. They return to the garden with gratitude for fences that are not walls but invitations to intimacy. The centre is a gift, not a cage. They know this by how their hearts lift when the first familiar tree comes into view on the way back, and by how the stream seems to greet them with its remembered voice. In all of this, innocence is not ignorance. They see the strength of the lion and the flash of the hawk, and understand that power must be guided by goodness. They see the softness of lambs and the fragility of blooms and understand that tenderness needs protection. The world is not made of one thing only. It balances on purpose, and they are part of the balancing. Their calling to tend and to keep is more than gardening. It is a way of seeing, of standing watch over the harmony that holds all the parts together. Evenings end in peace. They return their tools to the same place each time so that tomorrow will begin smoothly. They wash their hands in the river and drink. They eat fruit so ripe it needs no seasoning, and nuts that crack open with a satisfying sound. They give thanks with simple words that feel like water poured back into the spring. When they lie down, stars shift into the stories above them. One day their children will trace those stories and tell them around fires. For now, the two of them watch, and the stars watch back, and the garden sleeps in the trust that tomorrow will be like today, which is to say full of goodness and room to grow. The story is only beginning, yet already it is full. The garden holds 1,000 more lessons, and the humans have time to learn them. They are not in a hurry. They live as if every day were a bead, and the Maker was stringing them into something that will shine. If a test waits beyond the morning, they are not looking for it. They are busy with the work that makes joy mature, with the conversations that teach the soul to be steady, with the quiet that comes when love and trust are the air you breathe. And in the centre, the trees stand where they were planted, one an open door, the other a closed gate that says not yet in a voice that is as kind as the day. Morning arrived as softly as a hand on the shoulder, light slipping through leaves that trembled with dew. The garden breathed its contented breath. Bees traced old paths to new blossoms. Water spoke the same fluent language it had spoken yesterday and the day before, and the two who tended this place woke to the kind of peace that makes every task a prayer. They walked the paths they knew, checked the small channels they had carved for the mint and thyme, greeted the birds that had made their nests low where branches were kind. Near the centre, the two trees kept their places. One hummed with a quiet promise of days without end. The other looked simple and beautiful, its fruit unremarkable, and yet impossible to ignore for long. They had learned to turn their attention toward abundance and away from what was withheld, and most days that was easy. Questions can arrive like wind, almost imperceptible at first, turning one leaf, then another. The garden had its shy visitors and its bold ones. On this day, a serpent moved along the low stone, scales catching the light as if he wore a necklace of tiny suns. He was not loud. He did not startle. He chose a patch of shade where the air was cool and waited until she came near with a basket on her arm and the kind of thoughtful calm that often visits at mid-morning. When he spoke, he chose a tone that sounded like friendly curiosity. Is it true that the Maker has barred you from every tree? The question wore a twist, the kind that nudges trust off balance. She answered easily at first, because she knew the truth in her bones. We eat freely, only the tree at the centre is set apart. We are not to eat it, and we will not touch it. We will not die. She said the last line as if reminding herself. The serpent tilted his head the way one does when studying a puzzle. You will not surely die. His words ticked softly, like a beetle under bark. Your eyes will be opened. You will be like the one who made you, knowing good and evil. He let the promise hang in the air, heavy as a ripe fig. Desire does not always shout. It can be a thin thread that pulls, barely felt at first. She looked at the fruit again, and now it seemed to shine with usefulness, with beauty, with the chance to fill a hunger she had not named. Her thoughts wove quickly. If knowing is good, and goodness is what the Maker loves, would it not honour him to gather more of it? The boundary that had felt like kindness began to feel like a door barely ajar. Perhaps it was meant to be opened by the brave. She felt the weight of the day, the weight of being human and wanting to become more fully so. He stood not far away, close enough to hear, close enough to see the way the sunlight found her hair, and the way the serpent's words made the air feel thinner. He trusted her wisdom, and did not yet recognize how the ground beneath both of them had begun to tilt. The fruit fit in her hand as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. She lifted it, noticing the smoothness of skin, the faint scent that rose when her thumb pressed gently. She glanced once toward the path, where they often met the Maker at evening. The path was empty. She brought the fruit to her lips and bit. The world did not crack like a plate. No lightning split the sky. But something subtle, essential, shifted. A coolness moved through the garden, as if a shadow had learned to travel. She gave to him, and he ate without a word, trusting her, yes, more than he trusted the earlier no. The taste was pleasant, familiar in the way all fruit is pleasant, and yet it carried an aftertaste that felt like a warning bell ringing far away. Their eyes opened, and what they saw first was themselves. Not in delight, as on other days, but with a startled ache. Nakedness had always been truth. Now it felt like exposure. It was as if the light that had once bathed them with benediction had turned into a mirror that magnified every fear of not being enough. They looked for cover. Fig leaves, broad and obliging, were suddenly necessary. They worked quickly and clumsily, stitching what they could into makeshift garments that rustled when they moved. The leaves did not quiet the new noise inside them, a hum of unease that would not dissolve. The day went on, but the garden's song was altered. The birds still sang, yet their notes landed differently on newly sensitive ears. The breeze still carried scents, yet it seemed to ask questions instead of telling stories. Toward evening, the familiar footfall sounded along the path, the sound that had always made them turn toward it with relief. On this day they turned away. Hiding is a strange art for those who have known only open faces. They slipped among trees that had been companions and tried to make them into shields. The rustle of their leaf garments announced what their hearts tried to conceal. "Where are you?" The voice was the same one that had called stars into place and had laughed with them over the wren's scolding. It was not the voice of a hunter. It was the voice of a father searching for a lost child. A question meant to locate, not to accuse. He answered from cover, words catching in his throat. "I heard you. I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." The admission clung to the air like a burr. "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree I commanded you not to eat?" The questions did not pile up as if to trap. They moved with precision, aimed at the wound to clean it. Fear is quick to find an exit. The man's hand lifted toward the woman and then toward the Maker, as if he could point the blame away from himself. The woman, You gave to be with me, she gave me the fruit, and I ate. He heard his own words, and did not recognize the man who had spoken them. The woman's face tightened. She turned toward the serpent, whose eyes had not blinked since the hour began. The serpent deceived me, and I ate. The garden held its breath. Judgment can arrive like a storm, but here it came like careful speech, each sentence carrying both consequence and a hidden mercy. To the serpent first, the voice addressed the root. Because you have done this, you will go low. Dust will be your diet, a reminder of the smallness you chose. There will be enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers. One day a child will rise from her line, who will crush your head even as you wound his heel. In the middle of the hardest words, a promise gleamed like a coal that refuses to go out. To the woman, the voice named griefs she had not yet met. Pain would mark her bringing forth life, intensity braided into joy. Desire would reach for the one who should protect her, and together they would wrestle with the misuses of strength. The words were not a chaining of her spirit, but a truthful map of a world where love would sometimes limp. To the man, the voice turned toward the ground he loved. The soil would not yield without struggle. Thorns and thistles, which had once kept their place at the margins, would push forward. Sweat would be his companion. Bread would not be a given. He would return one day to the dust from which he had been formed. The sentence contained no delight in punishing. It sounded like the grief of a gardener who knows how much more difficult the labour will now be, and will still show up to work beside his friend in the heat. He named her Eve, mother of all living, as if to plant hope in soil that was growing hard. Names still had power. They folded back the edges of despair. The fig leaves wilted quickly, as fig leaves do. The maker, whose imagination had populated oceans and breathed galaxies into their lanes, knelt and did a thing so ordinary it broke their hearts. He made garments of skin, durable, warm, fitted to their forms. He clothed them with his own hands. Something had died to cover their shame, and though they did not yet have language for sacrifice, the tenderness of the act told them this was costly care. The path to the tree of life could not stay open. To eat from it now would freeze them in a state of fracture. Mercy can look like a closed gate. The voice, steady though shadowed with sorrow, spoke of departure. They would leave the garden they had learned by heart, carrying the memory of its streams and its seasons, its free laughter and its easy work. At the east, guardians took their posts, bright as lightning held steady, and a blade of flame turned this way and that, as if to say the way is barred for now, not forever. They walked out together. The ground beyond the fence was beautiful, in a raw way, but it did not welcome them as the garden had. Their first steps sounded heavier. The air did not meet them with the same green sweetness. They stopped not far from the gate because moving farther felt like betrayal. They built a small fire. He learned how to coax spark from stone and gathered wood with hands that would blister until they learned their new life. She held the new garments close around her, feeling the roughness, feeling also the strange comfort that comes when you're covered by something given. That night the stars seemed farther, as if they had taken a half step back, and yet they still sang their quiet song. He turned on his side and listened to her breathing. She turned toward him and pressed her forehead to his shoulder. They spoke in whispers, as if not to wake the memories sleeping just beyond the gate. Do you think he will still come to us? He wanted to answer quickly yes, of course, but honesty paused his tongue. After a long moment he said, "He has not left us yet. Look at our clothes. Listen to your name. Remember his promise." Morning arrived without asking their permission. Work waited. The ground did not yield easily. The first time he swung a tool in anger, it bit into his own foot. The first time she reached for a thorn, too quickly it lodged in her finger, and would not release without a tear. Pain became part of the curriculum, but it was not the whole of it. They discovered new herbs that thrived in the wilder soil. They learned the sky signs for rain when rain was a stranger. They found a place where the earth rose into a small shoulder against the wind, and there they built their first shelter, awkward and dear. They did not forget the path where the Maker had walked in the cool of the day. In the evenings, when light turned long and birds made their last circuits, they would sit side by side and keep the old tradition of telling what they had learned. Some nights they felt the nearness they missed, like a warmth at the edge of the fire. Some nights they did not, and faith meant staying anyway. They began to speak to the invisible as if he were listening, because they had once known he was. Habit became prayer, and prayer became a rope they could hold when the wind rose. She rested her hand on her belly one evening and felt a flutter like a moth behind a curtain. Surprise ran through her, then joy, then a trembling fear of the pains that had been named over her. He put his palm where hers had been and felt nothing yet, but believed her. They looked toward the closed garden and then up toward the cold glitter of constellations. Perhaps the promise would arrive like a seed, small and hidden at first, faithful enough to split stones when the time was right. Perhaps the one who had made garments from skin would make a way through history. Sometimes the serpent's kind of voice rose within them again, not from a tree or a low wall now, but from the inner rooms of the heart. The whisper suggested that the boundary had been cruel, that trust had been naive. When that happened, they would repeat to one another what they knew. The garden had been gift. The boundary had been kindness. Disobedience had not enlarged them. It had shrunk their world. Telling the truth became another form of gardening, pulling up lies before they seeded themselves. Seasons found them even east of Eden. Spring, when it came, felt like permission to hope. Summer taught them to work early and late, and to rest when the noon heat made everything drowsy. Autumn was an altar of colour, and the smell of smoke in hair. Winter's long evenings forced their hands into stillness, and their minds into remembering. Each cycle laid down a ring inside them, like the rings that remember years in a tree. They taught themselves to mark days with small Sabbaths, hours when they put down tools and watched light move across a stone or listened to a river's winter voice. Rest in exile is not the same as rest in paradise, yet it can still be holy. On those hours they found the threads of the old music. They hummed along, unsure of the words and sure of the tune. When their first child was placed in their arms, the world narrowed to the size of a face and widened to the size of a future. The baby's cry sounded like need and victory at once. Pain had indeed been braided into the joy, but the joy did not let go. He counted tiny fingers with the same awe he had once reserved for counting stars. She laughed more easily again, and her laughter was still the old kind, ringing like water over smooth stones. They said the child's name aloud and felt the syllables settle into the room like a stone that anchors a heap. On some evenings, when wind came from the west and brought the scent of something green and remembered, they would stand and face the closed place. Grief rose and stood beside them like a faithful visitor. They did not push it away. They let it share their fire for a while. Then they spoke the promise over it, as one might put a warm cloak on a friend before sending them back into the cold. One day, a child. One day, a crushing. One day, a wound healed that will not reopen. The garden remained behind the flames turning, safe from their brokenness, safe for a time until brokenness itself could be remade. Ahead of them lay fields and cities not yet built, sorrows not yet wept, songs waiting for voices, altars waiting for hands that would stack stones again in gratitude and in need. The memory of the first footsteps seeking them in the evening did not fade. It grew quieter, deeper, like a well that does not shout, but keeps giving water to those who know where to find it. They were not the same as they had been. Shame loosened its grip slowly, and sometimes returned without warning. Fear still came, though it no longer made them run for trees. Trust, once a clear stream, now had to be drawn bucket by bucket. Yet mercy had followed them out of the gate and into the long road. It sat with them at meals. It touched the sore places and refused to leave. It taught them new words for hope. It showed them that even away from the centre, the Maker's hands were not far. And when they lay down at the end of hard days and watched the night peel back into starlight, they learned to say again what they had once known without effort. You are here. We cannot see you as we did. We can still be known. Keep us. Beyond the flame, the garden kept its sanctuary. Here, outside, another kind of sanctuary was being built, small and movable, inside their chests. The story that had tilted would not end here. It would walk forward on their feet, and on the feet of children who would learn to plant and to pray, to weep and to wait. Somewhere out ahead, long after their footprints had faded, the promise would stand up in the world and speak, and the old serpent would hear a sound that spelled his end. Until then, two people held hands by a small fire, east of Eden, carrying light they did not make through a night they had chosen, watched over by a mercy they could not lose. They grew up under the long memory of the garden, in a world that still smelled sometimes of fruit and rain when the wind came from the west. Their parents told them stories in the evenings about a path that once rang with familiar footsteps, about a river that divided into 4 bright roads, about a mistake that had pulled the sky a little farther away. The boys listened with the serious eyes children have when they understand that a tale touches something true in the bones. The older one, Cain, had hands that loved the slow certainties of soil. He watched the ground for its moods, learned how a clod should crumble when it was ready, how a seed liked to be tucked at just the right depth. The younger, Abel, found himself steady beside animals. He learned the weight of a lamb in his arms and the sound a ewe makes when she calls her own. He walked at the edge of morning with his flock and returned with a smell of grass and sun on his clothes. Work taught them more than any rule could. Cain learned patience from droughts, courage from sudden floods, and gratitude from the exact day the first green pushed through after he had nearly given up. Abel learned the wisdom of paths, how to find water by reading the land, how to watch a horizon while counting the missing, and seeing in the dust the faint script of small hooves. They were different, and at first that difference was as welcome as two hands that do not do the same thing but manage one task together. In the evenings they shared bread that tasted of labour and told each other the small triumphs of their day. One would laugh at the other's story of a stubborn calf. The other would laugh at the first one's story of a bean vine that climbed a stick, then leapt to the next, like a child jumping from stone to stone across a creek. Their parents taught them to bring the first and the best to the one who had made the world. Not because the maker needed grain or meat, but because gratitude needs weight to keep from floating away as talk. Cain learned to tie sheaves with care, to set aside the earliest barley and the figs that had blushed first in the sun. He ran grain between his fingers and watched the soft spill with a craftsman's pride. Abel learned to choose from his flock without bias, to lift a lamb without blemish, to feel in his own chest the cost of giving what he loved. They built small altars of stone, flat enough on top to hold what they offered, and they learned that a gift becomes more itself when it is given away. The day came when both stood before their altars. Cain's was set near the field where the wind combed the barley in long lines. Abel stood by a fold where sheep had bedded not long before. Cain's arms were strong from threshing. He placed his grain and fruit with a precise hand. Abel's hands smelled of lanolin and grass. He held the young animal with a tenderness that did not tremble and laid it down as if returning a borrowed treasure. They waited. The air seemed to still, the way it does before rain, and what happened next had nothing to do with smoke that rises or does not rise. It happened in that place where a gift meets the one to whom the gift is given. The maker regarded Abel's offering with the kind of attention that makes a soul stand taller. Abel felt seen, and being seen did not make him proud, it made him quiet. Cain stood at his altar and felt his face change. A heat moved through him that had very little to do with the sun. It was the heat of a person who suspects that he has been measured and found light. He did not know how to hold that feeling, and it began to hold him. His shoulders drooped, not from work, but from a sorrow that curdled into resentment as it searched for a name. He wandered to the edge of his field and stared at the furrows as if they had betrayed him. The earth had taken him in like a companion since he was small. He had spoken to it with his hands and his sweat, and now he found it hard to look at the soil without hearing a voice within him that said, "Not enough." A shadow pressed on him that was not the shade of any tree. It whispered suggestions that sounded reasonable. If only your brother were less favoured. If only your gift looked like his. The whisper offered a way to escape the sting, and that way was not toward the maker who could explain a thing. It was a way into his own counsel. The voice he knew came to him, the one that had asked his parents a question in the evening to bring them out of hiding. Why has your face fallen? If you do what is right, will you not be lifted? Beware. There is something crouching at your door, like an animal just outside the threshold, eager to spring. Its desire is to have you. You must learn to rule it. The words were not a thunderclap. They were a line drawn on the ground in front of him, a lamp lit at his feet. He heard, and for a moment he felt the dignity in the warning. Mastery was possible. He had learned to master weeds, to master channels of water and the rhythm of seasons. He could master the thing that wanted to master him. He walked away and looked for his brother. Abel was at the edge of the pasture, mending a low gap where lambs, curious and small, had found a way through. He was humming, a fragment of melody learned from wind moving across grass, a tune that seemed to fit the day. Cain watched him a long minute, and in that minute he felt two pulls, like two hands on his cloak. One pull was toward speech that could save a friendship. "I am hurt," he could have said. "I do not understand. Help me understand." The other pull was toward a field where no one else would see, the place where he believed he could do something that would silence the ache inside his chest. "Come, let us walk in the field." The words sounded casual. Abel did not question. He set his work aside, brushed dust from his palms, and went with his brother down the path. They passed thorn bushes that had come up where ground had once been easier. They stepped across the shallow cut of a dry stream. They reached a stretch of open soil, the kind Cain loved, and the silence between them lengthened. Abel, sensing something he could not yet name, turned to read his brother's face. Anger had been waiting for this moment. It had crouched where the warning said it would. It rose now, quick and strong. It did not feel like something foreign. It felt like Cain himself. He struck. The blow landed in a world that had not heard such a sound since the first day the ground had been made. Abel fell, and with him fell a music that fields had been glad to hear when he sang to his flock. The earth received him, and the receiving was different from every other receiving it had learned. Blood seeped into the dust and found a voice old as creation. It cried out. Cain stood over what he had done. The next sound he heard was the same voice that had found his parents amid leaf shade. "Where is your brother?" The words carried no ignorance. They carried an invitation for truth to begin. Cain heard himself answer in a tone that tried to be clever and ended brittle. "I do not know. Am I the keeper of my brother?" The sentence tried to make a joke of responsibility. It fell to the ground like a broken tool. The question came again, turned now so that it faced the wound squarely. "What have you done? Listen." The ground is speaking. It lifts up his blood like a protest. The voice named what Cain had tried, in the split second after, to rename and minimize. Cain felt his future tilt, as if a hillside had suddenly given way beneath his feet. The one who had warned him now told him the shape of the consequence. The ground, which had opened to receive your brother's blood from your hand, will not open for you as it did before. You will work and receive less than you have known. You will become a wanderer. The words did not come like a sentence spoken by someone who loves punishment. They came like a map that would keep him from expecting what the world could no longer give him. They made a hard way honest. Cain's shoulders sagged farther. His voice rose with fear that at last was naked and not disguised as wit. "My punishment is greater than I can bear. Today I am driven from the soil and from your face. Whoever finds me will strike me down." He imagined every stranger's glance as a knife, every footstep behind him as a hunter's pace. He knew now that violence does not end where the hand thinks it ends. It keeps walking. It asks for more. Mercy stood again where it had stood, at the edge of the garden with garments in its hands. The one who judges also protects. Not so. I will place a mark on you, a sign that will say, This ends here. That vengeance will not be your future. If anyone raises a hand against you, the price will be too high for them to pay. The mark was not a trophy. It was a boundary placed around Cain so that the fire he had lit would not become a wildfire across the plain. It was a strange kindness, the kind that confuses all simple stories, the kind that keeps the next wound from opening. Cain went from the presence of the one he had known, and the direction his feet took had the old sorrow in it. East, east again, as his parents had gone. He settled in the land called Nod, the place whose very name spoke of wandering. There he began to build a city, as if to anchor himself against the restlessness inside. He named it for his son, Enoch, because naming is one way of keeping love close, even when the heart's ground feels dry. The city rose, and with the city rose families and futures, and the complicated twining of good and harm that cities always carry. From his line came men who stretched tents and learned to live where pasture moves with season and cloud. Another learned to handle harp and flute, pulling sound from strings and air, teaching grief to travel by way of music, teaching joy to find a voice at feasts. Another learned to work bronze and iron, to heat stone until it glowed, and to hammer it until it obeyed, to give the world ploughshares and knives both, the double gift that would later ask wisdom to choose. The names gathered in clusters, like grapes, each name a story, each story a strand in a cord that could bind or free. Among them, a man named Lamech spoke words that sounded like a knife lifted into song. He boasted to his wives of a wound avenged twice over, as if revenge could save a man's honour. The old music of violence had learned to rhyme. It would not be the last time a proud mouth tried to make poetry out of blood. Yet even there in the noise rose the other music, the stubborn melody that had begun when mercy clothed two shaking people with skins. The melody did not shout. It persisted. Back at the small homestead far to the west, Adam and Eve counted their days with work and small Sabbaths. Grief sat with them like an old companion. They spoke Abel's name aloud so that memory would not be stolen by silence. They carried the absence like a stone in a pouch and learned to walk without tripping on it every hour. They spoke Cain's name in whispers, and then, when courage grew, in prayers, asking that the mark of mercy would do its full work, asking that wandering would not be the end of his story. Time moved like a wide river. Eve's belly lifted again with promise. At the end of waiting, she held a child and said a name that tasted like steadiness and gift. Seth. She felt in that name a thread being drawn through the ruins toward a future she could not yet see. The boy grew, and the house that had been hollow from weeping began to fill with the noise of small feet and small requests, and the particular laughter that rises after a long stretch of sorrow. Seth learned from his father how to read the soil, and from his mother how to read a day for its blessings. When his own son was born, they called him Enosh, and something quiet and important began to happen among them. People began to call on the name of the Lord, not only in terror or in great need, but as a habit of breath. They lifted voices at dawn and at dusk, and sometimes in the middle of the day when a child slept and a tool lay still. Prayer, which had been a rope in a storm, became a path worn smooth by many souls. The field where the first brother fell kept its place under the sun. Seasons combed it with rain and wind and heat. Wild flowers found it sometimes and stitched colour where sorrow had pressed down. Birds traced their circuits overhead, and a new generation of lambs learned the sound of their own names. The ground did not forget. It remembered what it had heard and also what it had been promised. There would be a day when blood would speak a better word. Until that day, the ground held both testimonies, and the people who walked on it felt the weight of their own steps. Cain's city learned the bustle that cities learn, the bargaining, the wailing, the flutes at weddings, the hammer's rhythm at dawn. Some nights Cain stood on the wall and looked toward the west, where the sky faded, and he felt the mark like a ring of fire around his life. He did not curse it. He did not bless it. He simply knew that without it, he would have been swallowed by a hunger for revenge that jabbers at a man until he cannot sleep. Sometimes he dreamed of a field and woke with the taste of dust in his mouth. Sometimes he dreamed of a face turned toward him with a question that could still bring him home, and he lay awake until the city's noises began. Abel's name did not disappear. It travelled in the stories of shepherds who chose gentleness when anger would have been easier. It travelled in the music men made on dark nights to keep fear from knitting itself into their bones. It travelled in the offerings that people, far from the garden, still brought in the hope that gratitude could keep a heart open. It travelled in the quiet decision a brother sometimes makes to put his hand on another brother's shoulder and speak before the crouching thing at the door grows bold. The parents aged. They told their children and their children's children the whole story, leaving out none of the parts that could wound pride or make the family look better than it had been. They told it so that everyone knew what a warning sounds like, and how mercy looks when it is sown into a life that has torn itself. They told it so that the next time a face fell and heat rose in a chest and a field seemed to cool, someone might remember a voice that asks a question in the cool of the day and stop long enough to answer it with truth. The world kept turning under a sky that sometimes felt close and sometimes felt like a choir that had stepped back from the edge of the stage. Men learned to coax sweetness from reeds and to lift tents in a night when wind threatened. Women learned to place hands on the heads of children and speak words that would guide them even when the speakers were gone. People kept walking east and sometimes west, kept planting, kept guarding, kept learning that work is hard and worth doing, that love costs and is worth giving. They looked up at the constellations and down at their calloused palms and learned to live in the long space between a promise spoken and a promise kept. And the one who had asked, "Where is your brother?" kept asking it in every age, so that no one would forget that we belong to one another, so that the field would not win, so that a mark could become a mercy, so that from a family that had lost one son to rage and another to wandering, there would rise, one day, a son who would walk into a field and make the ground speak a new song. Names began to gather like stones at the edge of a river, smooth from time, each one a marker set into the current, so that the children would know how the water had flowed before they were born. When Seth grew, he learned to echo the prayers his father had taught him, the ones that turned toward the unseen and did not come back empty. He taught them to his son, Enosh, and the habit became a road, a path worn into the earth by the feet of a family that refused to forget, who had formed dust into breath. The path did not always lead to answers, but it always led home. The years were large then, stretched wide like the prairie sky. A man could plant a grove and watch it become a forest before he was old. He could build a roof for his family and still be there when the beams greyed to the colour of rain and had to be replaced. He could raise children and then, with hands that trembled less than he expected, help those children lift their own infants into the light. Time was a long fabric that wrapped whole generations inside it. They learned patience because patience made sense in a world where seed and harvest were often separated by great distances. Enosh fathered Kenan and grew serious in a way that comes to people who start counting not only days but legacies. Kenan watched the sky carefully. He learned how stars return in their appointed loops, and how certain birds find their way by patterns that never change. He carved small notches into a staff to mark the passing of moons. He taught his own boy, Mahalalel, to read the ground when clouds pretended to be friendly, and to store grain when a summer ran too hot too early. Mahalalel grew up with a voice that carried, a way of calling across a field so that a man at the far end would hear and answer without needing to see a face. When he married, he built a place at the edge of his home for strangers so that travellers would know that bread and shelter could be found under his roof. He said the old blessing over his table and meant it with his whole chest. Jared was born into this long rhythm and added to it without forcing new beats on the drum. He had a gift for making tools fit a hand, as if the iron had been dreaming of that palm since the day it cooled. He taught apprentices to measure twice and cut once, and to stop work at sundown no matter how close they were to finishing. He spoke the name of God in the cool of evening, as if he had been speaking to a person who had just stepped behind a tree for a moment and would be back soon. The children in the village loved Jared because he never pushed them from the doorway when they came to watch him work. He would place a plane or a chisel into small fingers and say, "Feel how the wood tells you where it wants to go." Then Enoch was born, and something like a new kind of listening grew up beside him. He walked early and spoke late, not because he lacked words, but because he seemed to be collecting them. As a young man, he liked the edges of things, the ridge where you can see both sides of a valley at once, the last furrow at the border of the field where wildflowers lean in and ask questions of wheat. He learned the old prayers and did not treat them like recipes. He spoke to God as a person speaks to a companion on a long road. When others turned back to the village for the night, Enoch would remain on the hillside, nodding as if the wind were answering him. At first, people smiled softly at him. Then they began to notice that when Enoch went to speak with the elders about disputes, quarrels softened. When he touched a child's head, fear loosened. He had a way of standing beside a man who had been hard for years and making him remember he once loved music. Walking with God is a phrase too easily pinned to a wall and left there. For Enoch, it meant boots worn in the heel and mornings that began earlier than anyone thought necessary. It meant saying no when no would cost friendship, and yes when yes would cost sleep. It meant keeping his hands honest with weights and measures. Some days it meant laughter. Some days it meant leaning into sorrow, like a man pushing into wind on an open ridge. There were stories that he had once gone down to the low quarter, where men forgot their names in the dark, and had walked a boy home and left him at his mother's door before either of them said a word. If someone asked Enoch to explain his way, he would look at his palms and say that the first voice he ever learned was the one that called light from nothing, and he had trained himself to recognize that voice whenever it returned. He married because companionship is part of obedience, and taught his children that piety without kindness is a poor song. He sharpened tools. He weeded his garden. He kept accounts. He visited the sick. He rested on the day of rest, as if rest were a command that carried joy within it. He spoke to God in the open, not to be seen, but because the open felt more honest. People said he did not simply pray, he kept company. The years gathered on Enoch like light gathers on evening water, not heavy, only more. One day he left his house to walk. He had taken a small loaf and a water skin and a staff that had the marks of many seasons cut into it. He spoke as he walked. Some say he climbed the ridge where the first light breaks. Some say he went low to the place where the river holds onto its cool, even at noon. What is sure is that when evening came and the lamps were lit, and his wife stood in the doorway the way she always did, Enoch did not appear on the path. No one panicked. He was known to stay out later than most. But the night finished, and the morning began, and his sandals were not by the door. Children were sent running. They returned shaking their heads. The hillside did not hold him. The riverbank did not hold him. His staff was found leaning against the stone, as if someone had set it down because he would not be needing it anymore. The elders stood in a circle, and the youngest among them began to weep because he felt two things at once that did not seem to belong together: loss and the strange exhilaration that comes when the border between worlds thins. It was said without shouting that Enoch had been taken into the company he had kept all his life. He was not, because God had drawn him close. To the children of his children, that story became a lantern handed from palm to palm. It told them that walking with God was not theory. It was a road that led somewhere real. Enoch left behind a son, Methuselah, whose name felt like a bell tolling across a valley, solemn and long. He grew old very slowly, like a tree that keeps adding rings until no one alive remembers its planting. People came to him for counsel, because a man who has seen many years often sees farther into a day that is about to break. Methuselah taught people to look for danger in the habits that seemed harmless. He had a way of laying a hand on a shoulder that made the person beneath it want to stand straighter. He was there for so many comings and goings that his memory became a kind of archive. He could tell you where a certain stone had been taken from the riverbed for a half the year snow fell late. He could name the winter when oilskins were traded from the eastern caravans and when a melody first arrived from the northern hills. He laughed softly. He cried rarely, and then without shame. His long life was not a boast. It was a service. He was a hinge between the past and the present, and he turned carefully. His son, Lamech, was a man who carried both the old grief and the old hope in his face. The earth by then had begun to push back harder. Thorns that used to sulk at the edges strode into the fields as if invited. Markets grew louder and sometimes dishonest. There were songs that made men proud and reckless, and there were deals made in the corners of courtyards that felt like traps set for the unsuspecting. Lamech worked like a man who knows that integrity is not an idea. It is 1,000 small decisions that no one sees. When he married, he built a bench by his door, so that the elders would have a place to sit in the cool of the day and tell children how the world had once been. When his wife's belly lifted, he thought of his own father's steady hands, and of Enoch's absence that was also a presence, and of the long ache that had begun in a garden and had never quite stopped. The day his son arrived, Lamech looked into the new face and felt something tug at the knot that had been tied inside his chest since he was young. He named the boy Noah, a word that tasted like resting, like a burden set down, like a long breath after carrying water uphill. He said aloud that this child would comfort them concerning the toil of their hands and the stubbornness of the ground that had been cursed. He did not say it as a man whistling in the dark. He said it as a man repeating a rumour that had been travelling along family lines since the first days. The rumour that mercy does not vanish, it waits. While Noah learned to walk, and then to shadow his father's stride, the world learned to be busy. Cities lifted their walls, and within those walls men hammered out new instruments that could accompany weddings and war with equal skill. Bronze was coaxed from ore, and made into ploughshares that cut the land more cleanly than wood ever had. The same fires to forged points keen enough to turn a quarrel into a funeral. People grew clever. They strung ropes across ravines and built archways that made the eye linger. They developed words for markets and contracts and fashionable colours. Not all of it was harm. Not all of it was help. There were meals in courtyards where stories were shared and lights burned long into the night. There were also back alleys where the strong leaned on the small and called it commerce. The names continued to stack like steps on a stair. A child would be lifted and presented to the elders, and the old ones would say a blessing and a hope and sometimes an apology in the same breath, because parents know how much of the world they cannot control. There were funerals that felt like whole seasons ending. There were harvest dances that made old knees forget their stiffness. People married. People quarrelled and then remembered. People made small jokes in the face of long winters and learned to shelter one another when roofs gave way. Quietly, as if he did not want attention, Noah learned the two arts that have always mattered. He learned to listen, and he learned to obey. He watched the sky when others watched their own reflections. He kept his word when the market taught men how to make their promises soft at the edges. He learned to love the smell of a plank newly planed and the peace that comes when a day's tools are put back in their proper places. He came to admire straight lines not only in timber, but in speech. He took the lessons of his great-grandfather Enoch into his bones without needing to announce them. To walk with God is to walk as far as your day allows, and to keep going when the voice says continue. Noah was a man who was at home in both the first light and the last light. Between them he worked. The world, meanwhile, filled. Crowds pressed into squares during festivals. Caravans threaded the valleys, silky with gossip from far coasts. Songs were invented that drowned out conscience. There were celebrations with torches and garlands, and there were mornings when the streets smelled of regret. A kind of weariness began to blow through the land like a dry wind that carries dust. Men joked too loud to hide a fear they would not name. Women held their babies longer at night and watched shadows gather in the corners of rooms. The stories of the elders about kindness and justice began to sound to some like children's tales. To others they sounded like warnings carved into the gatepost of a city that did not want to read. God watched what was being made of the gift he had given. he had always watched. He counted not only the crimes, but the hearts that still turned toward him at dusk, with their hands empty. He weighed not only violence, but the small acts of fidelity no one praised. He heard the iniquity like a drum that will not stop, and he heard the prayers like flutes threading through the noise. His patience was not indifference. It was a strength that keeps holding out its arms long after anyone else would have folded them. There were rumours that wherever an honest balance was kept, there the Holy One lingered. Rumours that whenever a widow's jar was filled, he smiled. Rumours that when a hand drew back from harm, he said aloud to no one that this is still very good. Names continued. Enoch's absence remained a story told under winter blankets, the kind that makes a child stare at the ceiling and whisper a prayer with his eyes open. Methuselah lived and lived, drawing breath as if drawing a line across a ledger that would one day total up to a number that made even the elders lift their eyebrows. Lamech grew older and kept repeating to himself the sentence he had spoken over the newborn. Comfort, rest, rescue wrapped inside a boy's ordinary days. Noah married and laid a table for friends who knew he would serve first and eat last. 3 sons came in time, and with them the sound of hammering that every parent recognizes, the sound of boys discovering what nails can do if used curiously. Noah taught them to drive a nail without splitting a board, and to speak a truth without splitting a person. He told them the whole story, the one with the garden and the tree, and the question in the evening, and the mark that stopped a murder from becoming a plague. He told it clean. He did not dress the failures in finery. He did not turn the mercies into ornaments. He told it because remembering is a way of resisting the kinds of forgetting that ruin a people from the inside. As the cities laughed louder and the hills echoed sometimes with cries that did not belong to celebration, a new sound began to thread through Noah's nights. It was not the voice of the market or of the neighbours. It was a sound he had known since childhood, only more insistent now, like the sea heard from farther away when wind turns. It spoke in sentences that arrived clean as water. It spoke of measurements, of materials, of a work that would look foolish until the day it looked like the only wisdom left. It spoke, beneath the specifics, of grief too deep for a cry, and of mercy that would not give up. Noah lay awake beside his sleeping wife and listened. He said yes, without waiting to be admired for it. He rose and sharpened his tools. In those days, people had learned to count everything except the things that mattered most. Noah counted wood lengths and days and the number of pegs needed for a beam, but he did not try to count the cost of obedience before he started. He trusted that the one who commanded would also supply the strength to finish. On mornings when fog lay in the valley like a lowered ceiling, he worked anyway. On afternoons when neighbours came to ask questions with a smile that was also a smirk, he answered without anger. On evenings when his sons looked at their blistered hands, and then at the long line of unfinished timber, and then at their father, he thanked them with a pride that made them straighten their backs and pick up their mallets again. All of this was still ahead, but the shape of it could already be seen by anyone who had learned to read the horizon. It was there, in the way Enoch's absence still comforted more than it pained. It was there in Methuselah's steady breath, and in Lamech's prayer spoken over a cradle. It was there in Noah's plain work and plain speech, which seemed almost out of place in a world that loved spectacle. The generations had not been a list written to fill space. They were a rope tossed from the first mercy to the man whose hands were already closing around it. The rope did not fray, because the one who braided it never learns to be careless. Time, huge and slow, turned another degree. Names stood where they had been placed like cairns on a long trail. People paused by them and remembered, then walked on. The ground still grew stubborn crops. The sky still hung its lamps in order. The hearts of men and women still flickered between generosity and grasping. In the middle of that flicker, a whisper kept moving through tents and markets and the quiet of rarely visited hillsides. Rescue is coming. It will not look like what you expect. It will arrive through the obedience of someone you are inclined to ignore. It will carry judgment like rain and mercy like a door that stands open. Keep your tools close. Keep your hearts soft. Tell the children the names again. Rumours moved through the markets like wind through dry grass. They said that men had become clever enough to hide dishonesty in the seams of scales, that songs were sung to make pride feel like bravery, that strength took what it wanted and then taught its sons to call it custom. Children grew up too quickly in streets whose stones had learned to memorize hard footsteps. Laughter still rose at weddings, but sometimes it clanged at the edges, bright and brittle. In the low quarters there were deals made with eyes that never lifted. In the high houses there were oaths spoken with hands on sacred things and broken before the echo faded. Violence learned a dozen new dialects and spoke them all fluently. There were heroes whose names travelled far, men who built monuments to themselves and stood before them as if before altars. People admired them because admiration is easier than repentance. The one who made the world watched what his gift was becoming. He remembered the first light, the first river, the first breath he had pressed into clay. And his remembrance was not a cold ledger, but a grief with heat in it. To say he regretted is to use a small word for a deep ache, yet the ache is true. He looked upon the earth and saw that the bent inside human hearts had become like a vine left unpruned that climbs over every wall it can find. Imaginations ran toward harm as if toward a festival. The earth, which had once learned to hold blessing like water in a good well, now carried the weight of blood and fear. The sky felt farther. The evening breeze that once invited conversation now brushed faces that turned away. Among the noise, one household kept a different rhythm. It was not a household without splinters or sore muscles. It was not a place where miracles fell like fruit in every season. It was simply a home where truth stayed in the mouth, where scales balanced, where neighbours were greeted by name, where a man bowed his head at dawn and again when the first star showed. Noah was neither loud nor quick to judge. He liked the smell of shaved wood and the clean line of a beam that had been measured twice and cut once. He loved his wife with a steadiness that made the house feel anchored. He taught his sons to drive pegs straight and to speak the same way. When he prayed, he did not use many words. He trusted that the one who had formed his breath could hear even the parts he did not know how to say. One night, when the city had fallen into the restless silence that follows a day of bargaining, Noah sat awake, listening to the kind of quiet that has weight. The voice that had visited his great-grandfather like a companion on a road came to him with the clarity of water. The words did not arrive as a riddle. They arrived as a plan and a grief together. The earth is filled with violence. Every thought bends toward harm. The end of all flesh has come before me. Make for yourself an ark. Build it of resin-rich wood. Rib it with frames. Coat it with pitch, inside and out. Make rooms. Make it high enough to hold a future, long enough to ride what is coming, wide enough to keep families from crushing one another in fear. Set a single door in the side. Set a window under the roof to let in light when the world goes dim. For I will bring waters to wash the face of the earth, not to spite it, but to cleanse what refuses to be cleaned any other way. Yet I will make a covenant with you. You will enter the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives. 2 by 2 of every living thing that breathes will come to you. Gather food, prepare. What I say will stand. Noah did not answer with a speech. He rose in the grey before morning and laid out his tools. He squared a line across the first timber and let his muscles learn the new work. The city woke and rubbed its eyes and watched a man measuring a beam as if measuring a future. His sons came to stand beside him, questions alive behind their teeth. He looked at their faces, still familiar to him, from the days when they were small and carried reeds like swords, and told them what he had heard. He spoke the grief first, then the measurements, then the mercy. Their eyes did not shine with excitement. They closed their hands slowly around the handles of mallets and took their places without arguing. The first blow fell, and then the second, and the rhythm began. Days became a music of wood and pitch. Planks arrived from the hills, sap still wet. Noah ran his palm along the grain and chose what would bend and what must stay straight. Ribs rose one after another, curved like cupped hands, and the whole began to suggest its own purpose even before the first skins of plank were fastened. The smell of pitch settled into everything: hair, clothes, bread. It stuck to knuckles and needed oil and patience to remove. At noon they paused to eat quietly, and at dusk they inventoried pegs and counted food sacks, and wrote small tallies on smooth stones that fit the hand. When rain came in brief, unthreatening showers, they set their tools under canvas and kept planning. When heat pressed down, they worked in shirts wet with effort, and took turns standing by the water jar, so that no one would drink too quickly. Neighbours came. Curiosity arrives long before mockery. What are you building, old man? A roof without walls. A barn for fish. Noah smiled, because smiling kept his jaw from hardening. He told them in simple sentences, and did not decorate his explanation with the kinds of flourishes that make rumours take root. Some shook their heads with pity, the way people do when they think madness has worn a familiar face. Some made jokes, because jokes make fear easier to swallow. Some offered help for a day or two, then slipped away, bored by a project that did not finish quickly. Boys climbed a ridge to watch the shape grow, and went home to imitate the hammering with sticks against fence rails. Old women, whose eyes had learned to see what others missed, stood in the shade and prayed. Shem, steady and deliberate, learned to sight along a keel and detect a warp by instinct. Ham, quick with his hands and restless with energy, carried loads up ramps, and then, when the light grew gold, went back for one more basket simply because he could. Japheth, thoughtful and careful with figures, counted pegs in his head and then counted them again. Their wives became the quiet governors of a dozen practical mercies. They dried bread in the sun and stored it in clay jars that had been smoked to harden them against damp. They lined baskets with leaves that turned water away. They learned which herbs kept weevils shy and set those herbs where grain was stored. They carried on normal friendships while being quietly shunned by others. They lit lamps at evening and took turns telling small stories so laughter would not leave the house entirely. As the whole rose, balance became a language. Noah listened to the sound a beam makes when it fits its mortise correctly, a low, satisfied note. He knew the impatient rattle that means a peg is asking for a different hole. He taught his sons to trust their ears. He taught them to run a line from bow to stern and measure not only height and width, but fairness, the subtle rightness that makes a vessel ride true. They cut angles and tested joints, and lifted with their legs. Bruises bloomed purple, and then yellow, and then harmless. Hands turned into maps of the work, calluses like little hills, shallow cuts where care had slipped, black crescents where pitch had lodged. Every evening they washed, and every morning the stains returned, and no one complained. Animals began to appear long before anyone expected them. At first it was nothing more than a fox sitting on its haunches at the edge of the clearing, tail wrapped around feet, eyes bright with serious curiosity. Then came a pair of cranes that stood as if carved of pearl, watching, lifting their feet one after the other, as if remembering old dances. Doves learned the path to the water jars, and came without fear, dipping their neat beaks, and then lifting to swallow. A pair of small wildcats walked the outer string line, as if inspecting plumb and level. The children of neighbours brought baskets of feed as gifts, surprised at their own kindness. The rumour spread that the animals did not treat Noah as an interruption. They treated him as a sign. Supplies gathered like a second structure inside the first. Anklets of onions were braided and hung where air moved. Fish was salted and packed in layers, dates dried until they could last a year. Barley and emmer were stored in big-bellied jars. Honey was set in pots sealed with wax. Clean water was stored in skin bags and marked with ash across the neck, so that no one would think them empty skins and throw them away. A list grew on a plank near the door, scratches and short words that only the family could read. Soap, ropes, extra awls. Seed in small bags sealed against damp. Herbs against fever. Bandages from old linen. Oil for lamps. Oil for bruises. The women took the list in hand and made it shorter. Noah added to it when the night brought new thoughts. The city changed its tone. Some people avoided the work site as if fear were contagious. Some people came more often, though they said they came only to laugh. A few men lingered at the edge of evening and asked quiet questions. What if you were right? What would it mean? Noah did not answer with us and them. He spoke of a God who warned before he acted, who measured judgment with mercy, who remembered small obediences. He spoke of a door that would stand open until the time for closing came. He invited help, not because he needed more hands, but because helping often teaches what arguing never will. At night, Noah lay on his back and looked at the ribbed silhouette against the stars. It looked like the bones of a great fish, or a giant seed waiting to open. He thought of the first garden, of rivers that knew their names, of the first boundary spoken for love. He thought of blood in the ground, and of Enoch who had walked with God until walking turned into arriving. He thought of the word covenant that had come to him like a banner in a stiff wind, promised before any rainbow learned to tie colour across storm. He let the thought rest, because resting is part of obedience. There were days when the work felt like purpose. There were days when it felt like pushing a stone that would never reach the hilltop. On those days, Noah remembered that faithfulness is a workbench, not a stage. He kept his hands moving. When splinters lodged under a nail, he burned them out with the tip of a knife and did not dramatize pain. When an argument flared between brothers over a measurement by the width of a thumb, he made them trade places until each saw through the other's eye, and the fight went out of the room. When fatigue made their words short, he broke the day with a joke whose only job was to make men breathe differently for a minute. When the time came to sheathe the frame in planks, the sound changed. The hollow ringing of ribs became the solid thump of wood meeting wood. The whole began to keep secrets of its own. Inside, rooms took shape and then took on names: storage, grain, tools, fodder, water, a place where a lamp could hang high and not be knocked by a passing head, a place where a child could sleep while the world heaved. The window beneath the roof learned to throw a long rectangle of light across the floor at noon. The door learned its own weight, the proper creak, the warning it would give when lifted or lowered. There were practical questions that felt large. How does one air a hold without losing what is precious? Where does waste go in a world of water? How do you keep peace when smells become thick and every creature becomes your neighbour? They worked answers slowly until the answers became habits. Vents were set high, covered with woven screens to turn away sharp beaks and insistent snouts. Channels were cut to carry what needed carrying toward places where it could be washed away without fouling what must remain clean. Racks were built at different heights, so that goats would not step on hens, and hens would not lose their peace to the grazing noses of sheep. Children who wandered into the ship laughed at ladders and asked if they could sleep in the highest places. The women smiled and said perhaps, if you can learn to climb with quiet feet. All the while, the voice did not leave. It did not badger. It guided. It reminded Noah that the animals would come to him without his hunting, that his task was to make room, not to command the wild to be tame. It reminded him that the food he gathered would become life for more than his own table. It reminded him that the door would be in his hand until it was not, and that the closing of it would be an act of mercy no one would recognize at the moment it happened. A day came when the ark no longer looked like a construction site. It looked like an answer. It sat on its timbers, massive and patient. The sun painted its side in the late afternoon, and the curve shone like the back of a whale. Piles of scrap were gathered and burned. Tools were cleaned, counted, wrapped in oiled cloth. The last pegs were tapped home with the kind of tenderness a father uses when tucking a blanket to the chin of a sleeping child. The women set jars in their places and spoke the names of what they held aloud as they walked, a litany that turned labour into prayer. Sheaves were tied and stacked. Herbs were hung. Water skins were lined like sleeping seals along a wall. Then the animals came with a certainty that made even scoffers quiet. Pairs appeared from edges of field and line of wood, from the river reeds and the rock outcrops that had held sun all day. They did not jostle as in a market. They waited as at a well. The large ones learnt the incline and found their footing, hooves clopping. breath warm against the plank. The small ones slipped under bellies and along edges with a kind of cheerful confidence. Insects arrived like a cloud, and Noah's sons, who had prepared boxes fine screened and ventilated, guided them to places where they could live without becoming plague. Birds filled the air with wings, and then settled where perches had been set, heads turning like small lanterns. The wild and the domestic learned to hold their peace in sight of one another, not because they had forgotten what they were, but because they had entered a larger obedience for a time. The city stood at a distance. Men came to the edge and then left. Women pressed their hands to their mouths and then fled, frightened by the recognition in their chests. Children stared without blinking, and then ran away to tell what they had seen. The sky still held its blue. The market still opened and closed. There was nothing to prove a flood to eyes that only believe what they can touch. Noah did not argue with the horizon. He finished what the voice had given him to do. Evenings became a counting of breath. The family gathered at the threshold, the air thick with animal warmth, the smell of pitch sharp and almost sweet, a smell that had become the scent of obedience in their minds. They sat and listened to the world as if it were a sea about to change. Noah remembered the first instruction and the last promise. I will establish my covenant with you. He turned that sentence over like a coin, heavy and real, stamped with the face of someone you trust. He did not know yet what the sign of that covenant would be. He only knew the one who offered it, and that was enough. The first clouds came in as innocent as laundry on a line. Then they learned to stack, grey on grey, and the light went thin. Wind moved through the trees and found a tone that made men look up. Dogs howled in courtyards where they had never howled before. Farmers coming in from the fields smelled the high damp that means weather from far away. Noah stood, put his hand on the doorpost, and called his family by name. They entered, one by one, the way people enter a sanctuary. He looked out once more over the city that had laughed and wept and traded and married and sworn and broken and sung. He did not gloat. He did not despair. He lifted his eyes higher than the houses and said a name that had been his morning bread for years. The last sack was hauled in. The last rope was coiled. The last child was shepherded past the threshold and turned to look out with wide eyes, then taken gently by the shoulder and led within. The door stood open, heavy, sure, a statement and an invitation both. Noah waited with his hand a few inches from the wood, not touching yet, as if listening for a cue that would sound like more than thunder. The animals shuffled and then calmed. The lamps were trimmed. The long hallway glowed like a throat where breath gathers before a word. Somewhere beyond the hills, a sound began that might have been the sea insisting on a new shoreline. It grew, and the ark held its peace like a held note. Inside, a family sat together and trusted the one who had told them when to start, that he would also tell them when to close. They rose in the grey light of a seventh morning with a stillness in the air that felt like the held breath before a word. For 6 days they had led pairs and sevens up the ramp, patient as priests, careful as midwives. The clean animals came in sevens, male and female, enough for a future and enough for worship when the new ground would call for thanks. The others came by twos, eyes bright, hooves and claws, soft pads and careful feet. Birds arrived like thoughts, in sudden bursts and lingering drifts, 7 and 7 of doves and turtle doves, finches with quick hearts, black crows that watched everything, cranes that stepped as if music were underfoot. They found the perches and rafters built for them and made a hush of wing beats that sounded like rain remembered from a different world. Insects threaded the light in boxes screened against escape, and the small creatures of the soil came in jars and woven cages that breathed. Even the things that creep had a place. Neighbours stood at the edges of the clearing, arms folded against a feeling they would not name. Some laughed to keep the quiet from reaching them. Some kept coming at dusk to ask if the door would stay open for one more day, then nodded when told it would. Relief and denial braided into a single gesture. Children counted the animals and invented games about who would sleep where when the sea finally learned to walk. But when the 7th morning came, even the children held still. Noah ran his hand along the doorpost, feeling the grain he had sanded himself, the weight that would soon swing, the hinge that had learned to speak in a low, honest creak. He was 600 years old, and the sentences of his life, soil, plank, prayer, promise, had all come to this threshold. The voice that had given measurements now gave timing, plain and final. Enter, you and all your house, for I have seen your righteousness in this generation. He said his sons' names, one after the other, and each man answered from among feed sacks and tool racks and the fading shadows of sleep. Wives gathered their baskets and the bundles tied with cord, checked the jars sealed with wax, tied the last knot, blew out the lamps by the door. They passed under the lintel in a small procession, not solemn the way kings parade, but steady the way farmers walk to a field they know they must sow in hard weather. Noah walked last. He turned and looked at the city and at the sky, which was still only a soft lid of clouds. He thought of his great-grandfather who had walked until he was gathered into a presence no one else could map. He thought of a promise about a covenant that had not yet shown its sign. Then he stepped inside. The great door hung open like a pause. It closed without his hands. No one lifted the bar. No one leaned. The door moved as if a wind had pressed it from outside, as if kindness itself were a weight. It met the jamb with a certainty that silenced the last murmurs on the hillside. The latch found its socket with the sound of a sentence completed. In the dim after-sound, they felt what the elders had always said, and the young had never quite believed. Sometimes mercy looks like a shut gate. Rain began as a rumour, a fine thread stitching the air. It pearl-beaded the edges of the hull and ran in dark lines down the pitch, sweet and sharp. The birds inside lifted their heads and cocked them as if counting. A donkey brayed once, then lowered its head and began to chew. The children drew near the window under the roof and put their hands on the uprights, watching the old world blur. The shower thickened until the light itself felt like water. Then the ground spoke from below. A deep sound rolled through the timbers, not thunder, not wind, the sound of the earth opening its locked reservoirs, the fountains of the deep bursting their seams, hidden wells unstoppered, caverns exhaling dark rivers into daylight. Springs that had been polite became torrents. Channels they had carved with careful spades became seams tearing through a garment too old to mend. It rained, not in the way a storm visits and leaves, but with an intent that did not tire. 40 days and 40 nights, the windows of heaven unlatched, poured out. Water found every slope, every door sill, every reed basket left on a step. It lifted the slow cattle and sent them seeking higher ground. It braided itself into every street and turned them into currents that ran where no river had ever asked to go. The ark, heavy as a hill when the day began, felt a new language under its ribs. It shuddered once. A long, low sound, like a bow drawn across the string of a giant instrument, and then it rose. Ropes slackened and slid. The trestles that had held it settled into the mud and were gone. They were afloat. Inside, they felt the lift like a hand under the sternum. The lamps swayed. The light ran in slow arcs along the walls. Noah's sons braced to the barrels they had braced 100 times and smiled a thin, surprised smile at a vessel answering the reason it had been made. The women steadied children with a touch on the shoulder and passed cups along a line of hands. The animals shifted, then learned the pitch and roll and set their feet accordingly. Even the lions, whose breath warmed the air like small bellows, lowered their heads and blinked as if the wild had been given a lullaby it trusted. Outside, the familiar world lost its edges. The markers men had used to point their stories, the leaning oak, the black rock shaped like a kneeling man, the curve of the hill that cradled the market, went under a flat grey certainty. People climbed and kept climbing until there was nowhere left to go. Some pounded the hole, not in repentance, but in terror, and the sound ran along the timbers and faded. Noah pressed his forehead to the wood and spoke a prayer that was mostly breath, grief laid in the open before the only one who could bear it. He did not open the door. The mercy that had closed it held. Rain turned the air to a single element. The ark learned the rhythm of waves building under it as the waters from below and the waters from above met, old companions reunited. Days ceased to be counted by shadows. They were counted by tasks, the feeding, the watering, the mending of a sling, the scraping of a trough, the quieting of a frightened kid with a palm laid flat along its ribs. They charted time by small mercies. A hen laying against the odds. A lamp that burned longer than the oil measured should allow. A child's dream told in the morning that made a weary room laugh. Noah kept a ledger in his head and on a plank. When fodder stacks must be rotated, when skins must be topped off, when herbs should be crushed and steeped for the cough that travelled along the goat's pen. He taught his sons to stand with knees slightly bent as the deck shifted, to listen for the difference between a plank asking for a peg and a plank simply settling, to speak soft words to an animal before touching it in the dark. The women became masters of traffic, guiding movements so that the small did not cross the paths of the heavy at the wrong moment, so that water pots moved uphill on the deck only when arms were ready for the lift. Ladders learned feet. Ropes learned hands. The ark became a village with one street and a sky of ribbed beams. They slept in watches because the animals did, because the rain sounded different at 3 a.m. than it did at noon, because care is a cord that ties day to night. In those hours, Noah would lie under the window and feel the cold breath of the storm, and remember soil under his fingernails, and that particular summer when barley had come early and fat. He remembered his father's voice naming him a comfort before he knew what grief would need. He remembered Enoch vanishing to company. He did not call this drowning world a mistake. He called it a washing, harsh and necessary, and prayed that the washing would not strip away what must remain, the likeness, faint and stubborn, on human faces. The rain did not negotiate. It fell with the same force on the roofs of those who mocked and those who wept, on the fields where seed waited, and on the threshing floors already swept clean. 40 days and nights the sky kept nothing from itself. Water rose past the height of trees where hawks had nested, past the outcrops where goats had learned to dare, past the high places where men had built altars that were more about their names than about the name. It covered the tallest hills, and when the waters prevailed still more, they rose 15 cubits higher than the highest country. The old path makers that had taught feet how to climb lay quiet, running, like memories under a moving plain. All flesh that moved on the earth perished, birds and livestock and beasts and everything that swarms and all humankind. The words are blunt because the truth is heavy. The story does not crow over ruin. When at last the rain ceased, it did not stop the way a song ends. It faded, thread by thread, until drops were far apart enough to count. The quiet that followed felt too large to hold. The ark drifted in a world without landmarks. The horizon was a circle of iron. The only certain things were within reach: a cup, a hand, a rope, a sleeping lamb breathing slow as a metronome. They learned to hear the sounds of water that told its mood, the slap against the hull that announced a crosswind, the suck and hiss along the planks when a wave curled under and slipped past, the soft patter of spray driven up by a distant swell. Days became a stack you could not see the top of. The waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. They marked them without calendars, by the growth of things in boxes of soil kept in the light, onions that pushed their green loops higher, a bean that wound itself around a string, stubborn life rehearsing for ground it could not yet touch. They marked them by stories repeated and revised until they fit each teller's mouth, by songs hummed low so as not to wake the old lion whose sleep was sacred to everyone. They mark them by the slow healing of bruises, and the new bruises that arrive to take their places. They mark them by the lessening of certain smells when a vent was adjusted, by the moment a child learnt to climb a ladder without a second hand behind him. Some nights the stars showed through the window like a rumour of land, their cold steadiness, a kindness no one dared to claim as a sign. In those hours Noah would speak to the unseen in the same voice he had used when his world had corners and stones with familiar names. He did not ask for the end of what had been appointed. He asked for the keeping of what had been entrusted to him. These sons, these women, these creatures with their breath hot and particular. He asked that when the waters withdrew, there would remain enough tenderness in men to plant vines for wine that gladdens, not for oblivion, to strike iron for ploughshares before swords, to build cities with gates wide enough for strangers and narrow enough to slow their own pride at the threshold. The ark held, groaning like a living thing, when the swell lifted it and set it down. Pitch kept its promise. No seam cried betrayal. The ribs remembered why the adze had been so careful. The door kept its line. The window kept its light. Food dwindled according to plan, not panic. Children learn that work done in the morning sometimes flowers at dusk, and sometimes not for weeks. Men learn that strength used gently can move more than a shout. Women learn that the patient arrangement of small things, pots here, tools there, herbs within reach, could turn a day that might have broken into a day that bent and did not. The animals learnt their keepers' voices, and, more than once, their keepers learned something of the patience of God from the way an ox will simply stand and breathe until the shaking in the floor passes. When storms returned in bursts, shorter now, the family found its places without speaking. When calms lingered, they allowed themselves to sit near the window and feel on their faces the air that had not touched land in months. Once, on a day when the light seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, a swallow that had made its home under the rafters left its nest and circled the great room twice, then settled. Even the lions watched it and did not strike. They swallowed the sight as if it were bread. They dreamed about soil. They dreamed about the sound of feet on dry ground that lift and leave no wet print behind. They dreamed about the smell of crushed thyme under a boot, about smoke rising straight up from a small altar instead of drifting away in a wind that is always damp. Noah dreamed of laying his palm on a stone warmed by the afternoon sun. No ship, no sway beneath him, nothing but gravity and the old comfort of the earth's pull. He dreamed of a bow at the edge of a storm, colour sewn into cloud like a sash, the world tied to a promise in visible thread. He did not know yet what the sign would be. He only knew the promiser. And then, though no one could have told you when the moment began, the waters grew tired of climbing. Their shoulders lowered. The endless level learned to sag and turn and whisper of slopes beneath. The ark, which had been a patient fish on a measureless sea, learned a new motion, less heave, more cradle. The family felt the change first with the soles of their feet, and only later with their eyes. They looked at one another, and did not speak their hope aloud, because hope is a delicate creature, and startles easily. They tightened a rope here, rehung a jar there, checked the stores, as if the act of checking were a prayer. In the long dark ribs of the vessel, breath rose and fell, a house full of pulses keeping time. Above, the window held a square of sky. Around them and beneath them and above them, water remembered where to go, and the one who had shut them in kept keeping them. As the long days turned toward an answer no chart could draw, God remembered Noah, not as a man remembers after forgetting, but as a keeper sets his hand again on a treasure he has never let go. The remembrance moved like a breath across the face of the waters. A wind went out, steady and patient, and the waters listened. The great fountains that had torn themselves open beneath the earth closed like mouths after a cry. The windows of the sky latched, clouds thinned, and the silence that follows long rain stretched over the world. Inside the ark, the change arrived first as a feeling in the knees. The heave that had become a habit eased into a slower cradle. Lamps swung less. Water in jars stopped tapping the clay. The lions slept longer. Even the mice in their screened boxes settled into a calmer scurry. Noah stood beneath the window, felt the new air slide across his face, and breathed as if for the first time in months. Days turned, long and similar. The waters fell, not in a rush, but with the patience of a scribe copying a promise line by line. 150 days the waters drew back from what they had drowned. The ark drifted until one dawn it learned a new sound, the soft murmur of wood touching stone. A tremor went through the beams, small and undeniable. The hull leaned and then held. They were resting, not on a plain, but upon the shoulders of a mountain chain, dark bones lifting through the pale of receding water. The word rest rang inside Noah's chest like a bell answering his own name. They waited. The tops of mountains showed themselves as grey backs in a wide, bright sea. Day by day, the window framed more shapes, ridges and horns, a scatter of peaks that looked like islands at first, and then like what they were, the old spine of the world waking inside the water. Ravens on the rafters grew restless, black eyes catching each new edge of rock. Doves fluffed and smoothed their feathers as if remembering trees. After 40 days, Noah climbed to the window and unbarred it. The wood remembered daylight. He sent out a raven, a dark wedge of wing that went to and fro over the waters. It rode the currents, circled wide, found no home but the floating world itself. Sometimes they heard it at night, the rough voice of a bird that can live on what loss leaves behind, and then it would vanish again into the grey. Noah waited, then took a dove into his hands, small and alive as a heartbeat. He lifted her to the window and opened his fingers. She poured herself into the air. They watched her skim the bright emptiness, turn and fade. Evening came. She returned, feet damp, breast heaving, no place found to rest the sole of her foot. Noah put out his hand, steady and sure, and she landed. He drew her in and felt hope land with her. 7 days passed, counted in work, and in the way children asked if it was time yet. He sent her again. The light of that day seemed different, thinner at the edges, as if it had discovered stones to catch upon. Evening fell. She came back with an answer in her beak, a small green leaf, torn new from a tree, still smelling of wet bark and sun. It was an olive leaf, smooth and stubborn, the colour of courage. The whole ark breathed. Hands touched shoulders. Laughter arrived the way a spring arrives after hard frost, not loud, simply certain. Noah held the leaf as if it were a letter from land, then set it where everyone could see and remember. They waited another 7 days. He sent her a third time. She did not return. They stood by the window longer than they needed to, listening for the whir that did not come, and were glad to miss it. Absence turned itself into a promise. There is a place now where a dove can sleep. In the first day of the first month of Noah's 601st year, he lifted the covering of the ark and looked. The skin of the earth was drying, colour returning to places that had been grey. Pools lay in the hollows, but between them spread long swathes of soil that drank light. Wind ran uninterrupted for miles, combing the new world. They waited still, because impatience can ruin what history has just begun to heal. On the 27th day of the second month, the ground was dry. Then the voice came, as practical as ever, as kind as the first morning. Go out, leave the vessel that held you, and return to the ground. I stretched under your feet at the beginning. Bring with you your wife. your sons, your sons' wives. Bring out every living thing that walks and crawls and flies, so that life may breathe itself wide again. Be fruitful, multiply, fill what has been emptied with the sound of living. Noah laid his palm on the great door. This time it moved by his own strength. The hinges announced themselves with a deep, honest groan, and light stepped in over the threshold. Air rushed past his face, carrying scents that no lamp can make. Mineral, leaf, the faint sweetness of soil warming under sun. One by one they went down the ramp. The animals went first, because they cannot help but go where earth calls them. Hooves found ground and tested it, stamping once and then twice. Cattle moved in a slow, solemn train toward a plain that promised grass. Sheep lifted their noses and followed the smell of open. Goats leapt simply because they could. A young fox, tail held like a banner, skipped sideways, watched by the calm eyes of a lion who learned a new patience inside a wooden room and had not yet forgotten it. Birds flooded out in sudden scribbles of line and arc, then lifted higher until the sky regained its old busy music. Insects slid back into grasses, as if returning to a conversation they had left unfinished months ago. Noah and his family stepped down last. Their feet sank a little, then held. The ground had a warmth he had dreamed of. They looked around as people look at a fire after a long cold, faces lit, hands quiet. The ark stood behind them like a dark hill with a door. Ahead, a world waited, bare in places, raw, ready to grow its new clothes. The first thing Noah did with the wide earth under him was not to map or measure. He gathered stones. He chose ones that fit together as if they had shared a riverbed once. He stacked them until a small table stood, steady on the new ground. Upon it, he placed what would answer the mercy that had answered him. From the clean animals and clean birds, from the sevens preserved for this, he brought offerings. He did it with care. He did not hurry or make a show. He did not try to pay for rescue. He told the truth with fire, that life is gift, that hearts bend, that mercy holds anyway, that gratitude needs a shape. He lit the wood. Flame found dry places and persuaded damp ones. It climbed and exhaled and turned what had been guarded into smoke that rose straight up in air that had not known peace for many months. The scent lifted, resin and fat, cedar and ash. A sweetness that made memory lean forward. The Lord received it as a pleasing aroma, not because he loves smoke, but because he loves a heart that bows without being forced. He spoke, not to Noah only, but within himself, with a resolve as steady as the mountains under the ship. Never again. Never again will I curse the ground because of man, for the inclination of his heart is bent from youth, and yet I will not again strike down every living thing as I have done. The sentence did not deny the crookedness. It overruled the finality of judgment with a promise stronger than flood. He tied the promise to the rhythm of the world so that every person could hear it daily, without needing a prophet to repeat it. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. The words laid a pattern over the raw land like a weaver setting warp before the shuttle. Seasons would return like faithful messengers. Dawn would arrive, even after nights that felt endless. Heat would bow to cold and cold to heat, not because men rule them, but because God has sworn. The family stood still as the last flames fell into coals. In the morning the promise began to prove itself. There was seed time. They pressed grain into the soft tilth near a spring, hands remembering motions learned before judgment. They tucked beans and onions into beds and set small fences where goat curiosity would not undo hope. They embedded grape cuttings and said a quiet wish over vines that would take years to give their best. Birdsong shifted. Instead of the sharp, urgent calls that fill a storm's calm, melodies returned that belonged to nesting and building. Bees scouted, zigzagging low over the ground that would soon carry flowers. The first wildflowers were not many, but they were perfect, small fires in the grass. Children found them and called one another to kneel and look. A dove, perhaps the same, perhaps a cousin, landed near the new altar and turned her head to show the olive hue on her neck. She walked where ash still warmed the stones and seemed to admire their heat. There was harvest in small ways at first. A handful of barley heads, a basket of bitter greens that tasted like medicine and patience, a patch of lentils that filled a pot and satisfied a day. Later harvests would be heavier, but these first ones trained their hands to give thanks again before fullness made gratitude easier. They learned the new lay of the wind, when it came cold down the mountain and when it warmed from the plain. They set their sleeping mats to catch night breezes and to avoid draughts that hum illness into bones. There was cold and heat. Nights sharpened, and they drew close round a fire that was now comfort instead of warning. Frost wrote a white script on grass for a few mornings, then retreated as sun argued it away. Heat returned on days that smelled of resin and dust, and they rested at noon because resting at noon is wisdom, not laziness. They learned to read the new calendar, not with numbers only, but with senses, the work of the day set by the air and the colour of the hills. Summer laid its hand on the land, and insects sang as if stitching evening to evening. Trees that had kept their roots through the drowning sent out timid shoots, and then bold ones, olive and fig, learned to be themselves again. Wild vines climbed anything that would hold still. The family wove shade out of reeds and laughter out of relief. They told the story of the flood not to frighten their children into obedience, but to teach them that warning is mercy, and that a door once closed by God can also be opened by Him when the time is right. Winter came too, a modest winter on that first turn, as if the world were shy about showing its teeth after so much severity. Cold cleaned the air and made sound carry. Smoke lifted at morning in straight lines. The ground hardened where feet had turned it to mud. They learned to keep water from freezing in skins by tucking them close to the hearth. They learned to gather wood before a wind began. They learned quiet work for long nights, mending nets, twisting cord, sharpening blades, telling again the catalogue of kindnesses that had kept them when every other keeping failed. Day and night traded places without quarrel. Dawn woke the small birds. Evening cooled sheep and made them willing to come home. Stars learned their paths again, bright in a sky scrubbed clean. The old constellations stepping back into view like actors returning to a stage after an interlude. Voices clear, lines remembered. The people under them began to sleep the sleep of those who no longer wake at each change in the whole's angle. Noah walked the slope where the ark rested and placed his hand on its side, as a man thanks a tool that has saved his life. It would stand there long after they moved their tents down slope to kinder ground. Its beams would grey in the sun and crack and harbour swallows. Children would trace its ribs with their palms and ask to hear again about the day the door closed itself. Noah would oblige, and he would always end with the same sentence: "We did not keep ourselves." He would take the same children to the altar of stones and make them touch each one, hot in summer, cold in winter, so they would know that gratitude is something you can lean on. They began to map the new world with paths and names. A little rise above the spring where foxes liked to sit became Fox Seat. A grove of young poplars near the plain became Whisper Stand. A flat stone that warmed well at midday became Rest Table. They named the places because to name a place is to see it, and to see it is to keep it. They walked farther each week, finding the old bones of the drowned world under the new skin, a broken wall here, a half-buried jar there. Reminders that history is not erased by mercy, only held inside it. Neighbours returned in a way, not by foot, for no neighbours had survived, but in the creatures that made a village out of the open. Swallows wrote quick black letters on the air above the fields. Tortoises moved like patient teachers across the margin of the garden. Cranes stood in the shallows of a new lake, not marked on any old map. Wolves watched from a blue distance, eyes reflecting a thin moon, and then turned away without testing the fence, as if some leftover ore from the ark had taught even their hunger to wait its turn. Noah's sons built houses that could be moved and houses that could not. They argued the old small arguments, then remembered the waters and made peace before the sun went down. Their wives set cauldrons on stones and seasoned lentils with herbs they had stored during the last heat. Children ran with bare feet and learned quickly which thorns still hid in the grass. At night, stories rose like smoke. Someone would always ask about the olive leaf, and someone would always fetch a little sprig pressed now between two smooth boards, brittle and precious, a sign small enough to lose and too valuable to misplace. In quiet hours, Noah returned to the words that had been spoken over the smoke of his first altar. He repeated them in the order that comforted him. Never again, while the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night, he let each pair ring against the other until the symmetry steadied him. The flood had been a straight line falling. Now life would be a circle, turning, not trapping, a dance set by the one who leads without pushing. He dreamed sometimes of the bow that had not yet been shown, colour bent into curve, a mark slung across rain to say what words had already said. In the mornings after those dreams, he looked up whenever a shower passed, and light returned fierce at its edges. He felt the promise even before he could see it, like warmth on the back of the neck before the sun clears a hill. And whether the sky gave him colour that day, or kept it for a later hour, he worked. He planted, watered, carried, rested. He stood often at the edge of his field at dusk, and said the simplest prayer he knew, the one that fits in any season: "Keep us true to your keeping." The ark's shadow shortened with each noon and lengthened with each evening. Fox Seat lived up to its name. Whisper Stand grew taller. Rest Table smoothed itself with use. The olive trees, survivors and saplings both, learned wind again and wore the honest grey-green that had taught a dove where to land. Far away, beyond the next range, other valleys were finding their shape. Other rivers were returning to their beds, and the sea was combing its shore back into a line that would hold for a time. The world breathed, and in its breath the promise moved, faithful as tide and as sunrise, holding together the hearts of a family and the bones of a mountain and the path of a star. Until the day a bow would hang over all of it, like a smile that cannot be talked out of its joy. Morning came with the smell of wet earth rising, and the world seemed to remember how to be bright. Noah gathered his sons and their wives, and stood where the ground ran down to a new stream. The hills were still raw, edges clean as if cut yesterday, and the grass came up in brave little flags. Into that fresh air, a voice came again. The same voice that had spoken to chaos at the first, now speaking to a family standing on a scraped and shining earth. Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. The words fell like seed into soil, ready to hold them. They were not just a task. They were a blessing, a direction for joy. The animals kept their distance in a way they had not inside the wooden belly. In the ark, need had taught neighbourliness. Here, wildness remembered itself. A new instinct moved through fur and feather. The wariness of creatures who would now step aside before human feet. Fear and dread, the voice said, will be upon them. Into your hand are they given. It wasn't a permission to crush. It was a boundary that would make room for both to live. The old diet of gardens would remain a good way to be fed, but a new concession opened, solemn as a gate swung wide. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. As I gave you green plants, I give you everything. Yet a cord was tied to that gift. Do not eat the life with the flesh, the blood. Life belonged to the one who gave it. The red of it must not be chewed into common hunger. Noah listened with the gravity of a man who has seen what happens when boundaries are torn away. He nodded while the sentence stretched further. A law given before any city rose to write codes on clay. For your lifeblood, I will require a reckoning. From beast or man, if blood is shed, account must be given. And then the sentence that sets a crown none can steal. Whoever sheds the blood of a human, by a human shall his blood be shed, for God made man in his image. There it was, the reason hidden in plain sight from the beginning. The likeness that makes a face too sacred to strike, as if it were only another rock in the field. Noah repeated the words to his sons, and they repeated them until the shape of the syllables felt like the shape of their own hands. Image, life, blood, reckoning. Then the promise gathered itself like light at the edge of cloud. Behold, I establish my covenant with you and your offspring after you, and with every living creature that is with you, birds, livestock, the beasts of the earth, all that went out of the ark. Never again shall all flesh be cut off by waters of a flood. Never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. The family stood as if at the foot of a mountain and felt the weight of mercy lean over them. A covenant not only to men, but to swallows and oxen and the crooked fox with his busy eyes, to roots and seeds, to what peels itself from bark in spring, to the small fierce lives that burrow when winter's teeth show. A sign was appointed so that even the forgetful could remember. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Not a bow drawn, but a warrior's bow unstrung and hung up where everyone can see it. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the cloud, I will remember my covenant, and the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. The words were hardly done when the weather itself took them up. A thin rain moved out of the west, more blessing than warning, and sunlight pressed through it like a hand through gauze. The bow woke, colours braided into curve, each band a sentence, each sentence a rest. Children cried out and pointed. The old man lifted his face and wept for the gentleness of it. Shade green near the earth, where grass would grow, gold that remembered wheat not yet planted, red, warm as blood, which the law had just honoured, violet, like the cool before night. They watched until the ark faded and ghosted, and even when it was gone, they saw it on the air, as one sees a song after it's sung. So they began. They built a round of stones for cooking, and another for remembering. Seed went into furrow, and children into stories. They set their tents at a place where wind learned to be kind in the afternoon, and they counted days by chores that made sense. Water before heat, fire before dark, bread before stories. At a dusk, Noah would walk the edge of the new fields and lay his palm on the ground as on a forehead. Peace, stay. Shem, the steady one, learned the patience of lines and measures, and the discipline of keeping faith with the invisible God who speaks in promises and keeps them with weather. Japheth, whose eyes loved distance, climbed ridges and memorized horizons, drawing maps in the dust for paths no one had walked yet. Ham, quick and curious, learned how to make tools talk and how to convince vines to climb frames built out of willow and hope. Their wives brought order, like a kind of art, storing and stitching, doctoring with herbs, bartering laughter for fatigue, keeping names alive. In those first seasons, meat was a strange weight in the hand and on the tongue. Noah taught his house how to drain and honour it, how to remember that life is sacred even when the law permits a life to feed a life. They spoke the grace first, naming the giver instead of the meal. The sheep they kept, now for wool and lamb. The goats for milk and mischief. The cattle for patience and shadow at noon. Wild deer returned to the edge of evening and watched with wet black eyes. The covenant, like a fence around the entire world, held. After years had settled and paths between hearth and field were so well worn that feet could find them in the dark, Noah planted a vineyard. He did it like a man kneeling to pray, carefully, repeatedly, expecting nothing too quickly. He cut last year's canes hard, because someone had once taught him that fruit loves discipline. He tied new shoots to a trellis he had built from young poplar and reed. He told the vine stories about rain that comes on time, and sun that knows when to go to bed. The first harvest was small and tart. They ate it anyway, laughing purple at the mouth. The next year he pressed grapes in a shallow vat with his sons, the skin squeaking under their feet, juice running into clay jars that had been smoke-hardened against breakage. He capped the mouths with linen and wax and waited while the quiet, unseen work began. Wine learned itself inside the jars. When they opened one at last, the smell rose like a memory of summer. You could swear you heard bees. They poured and tasted, each sip like a story that started in sunlight and ended in warmth. Noah, who had been the man of gopher wood and peg, now found himself man of the soil in a new way, tending not a vessel against flood, but a living rope that curled and fruited and taught patience. He drank, and a grief that still lay like a long shadow in him loosened its grip. He drank again, past loosening into forgetting, past forgetting into a foolish peace. Old bones that had known fear and command and the ache of building rested too hard. He fell asleep in his tent, uncovered, dignity laid aside as thoughtlessly as a cloak. Ham entered and saw. There are sights that call for averted eyes and swift covering, for reverence that spills like a blanket before words come. He did not cover. He turned outward and carried the sight as a story, quick, bright, a spark he tossed like a toy. He told it to his brothers as if he had discovered some lever over a man who had once held the world's fate in a wooden palm. The telling did not make him larger. It made the moment small. Shem and Japheth heard and felt the old reverence rise like a hand on their chests. They lifted a garment between them, broad as a sail, and walked backward into the tent, faces turned away. They laid the cloth over their father until the shame was quieted. Then they went out again without triumph or sermon, as men go from an altar after placing something there that needed to be placed. Noah woke with the dull emptiness that follows careless pleasure. The tent told him truths, the weight of cloth across him, the way air moves when a matter has been handled by other hands. It is a bitter education to learn what has been done to you when you were not guarding yourself. He asked, and the answers came in few words, enough to tell a father which path each son had chosen when no one was looking. He stood in the doorway, steadying himself with the pole, and spoke out of a heart that had carried both judgment and mercy longer than most men carry life. The words were not drunk. They were measured, heavy enough to land into years that were not yet born. Cursed be Canaan, lowest of servants shall he be to his brothers. It is a hard sentence, and history would wrestle with it like a night-long angel. Noah did not curse Ham by name. He named Ham's son, as if to say that contempt, when fathered, grows up to enslave and be enslaved. He turned, and blessing opened where contempt had closed. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. He did not set men at war with these words. He set them in a story with places to live, dwelling, enlargement, service, and the Lord in the centre of one line, like a hearth that will not go cold. The future would show how men misuse prophecy to excuse ambition, how they forget that blessing requires likeness to the blessed, the God of Shem, not merely the tent of Shem. But that night, what fell from Noah's mouth fell like weather, and the house breathed it in. After that, the vineyard did not become a temple, and wine did not become a priest. Noah learned to reckon with the strength of the good he had made. He did not renounce the vine. He respected it. He taught his grandsons to taste and be done, to drink and then to rise for the evening chores, to remember that joy is a guest that stays well when you do not hold it by the throat. He taught them that covering a weakness is not pretending it is not there. It is giving a man back the chance to be himself tomorrow. The bough appeared often that year. Rains came and went, and the curved promise laid itself over their valley as if God were practicing the tenderness of repetition for their sake. The children gave the colours names of their own. The women hung washed linen when the bell showed, superstition perhaps, or simply their way of answering beauty with usefulness. The men leaned on handles and looked without speaking, and sometimes one of them would start to say never again and stop because the words were too large for his throat. Noah lived long after the flood, years upon years, the kind of long that lets a man measure his life by orchards he planted, and the number of times a child who once fit in his hand now carries him a bowl of water. He watched sons become fathers, then grandfathers, watched tents become houses, and houses become neighbourhoods where voices called across alleys at dusk. He watched trade begin again. Salt for wool, skins for grain, stories for stories. He watched the human gift for invention wake like a boy after a nap, glad, noisy, sometimes reckless. He heard new instruments and smiled because music had survived judgment. He heard new boasts and frowned because pride had survived too. He became a proverb in his own lifetime. Noah, the man who built against a blue sky, the man who planted vines on a brown earth, the man who spoke blessing and curse with the same mouth and was heard. He told the flood story sometimes, but less often as the years went by and more simply. He told it to remind the newly bold that the earth is not their toy and the sky is not theirs to command. He told it to remind the newly fearful that the bough hangs still and that the seasons will keep their turn. He told it to straighten the spines of boys who thought cruelty was clever, and to soften the hands of men who thought sorrow should be mocked. He told it with a carpenter's precision about lengths and pegs and pitch, about the moment wood touched stone on a mountain you could see from the ridge if the air was clear, about a dove and her leaf and the way a raven's voice sounds when it gives up. He died at last, as even long lives do. 950 years were counted for him, a number that sounds like exaggeration to men who measure lives by the length of kings' reigns and the span of bridges. They buried him where shade stayed honest in summer and where the winter sun could find the ground. His sons stood there, Shem with his quiet strength, Japheth with his wide gaze, Ham with his quick hands held still, and the families behind them like hills. They spoke blessings, the kind that fall on the living even as they land on the dead. Then they went home to light fires and to tell children that the world had once been all water and then all promise, and that both are true still. Sons became peoples. Names gathered like seeds in a pouch, each small and hard, each ready to become a grove or a weed depending on whose hands cast them. Japheth's line stretched toward the coasts that smelled of salt and far bays shaped like crescents asleep. They learned ships by watching gulls and learned trade winds by watching the backs of clouds. Shem's line held the language of promise like a lantern and passed it from mouth to mouth across tents that faced sunrise. Ham's line ran strong through heat and river and city, building and breaking, laughing too loud sometimes, weeping loud too, a line that would one day be judged for its cruelty and helped for its hunger, like the others. Canaan grew where he had been planted, and men would argue for centuries about whether a father's sentence could become a nation's destiny or whether repentance could break a chain. The story would prove that prophecy is not a chain, but a bell. It can call to worship. It can call to war. It can warn a city from its walls. Men decide which way they run when they hear it. Before the nations learnt their borders, before language learned to splinter itself into songs only some could sing, the world lived for a while under a single grammar of early days. Plant, build, bless, beware. In the squares where new cities rehearsed their pride, in the fields where boys chased goats and learned when to stop, in the tents where women measured out flour and memory, the covenant held. Seed time followed harvest. Cold stretched out its thin hands and then withdrew when heat came back. Summer swaggered and winter kept its counsel. Day walked in and night relieved it at the door. When clouds drew together and thunder stood at their backs, people looked up, and often after the rain had done its work and light returned like a forgiven friend, colour arced above them, a bow without string, a weapon retired, a smile that weather could not hide. They would point and say the words that had become the new world's refrain, even in houses where no one knew who had first spoken them, never again. While the earth remains. They counted time not by storms anymore, but by harvests, by the way children grew into the shape of their names. Fires burned in new hearths. Songs learned verses. The boughs sometimes opened in the cloud after rain, and people would pause in their work, look up, and remember who had spoken first. Life stretched out again like a road mended after a flood. Same riverbed, fresh stones. Families filled tents and then towns. Paths wore into the dirt from door to door, from well to field, from field to market. The old man who had once measured wood against the sky measured seasons now and taught his grandchildren to read the wind. His sons built, planted and blessed their own houses until blessings needed many rooms. Names, countless and bright, began to gather like constellations. Some names travelled toward coasts, some toward mountains, some into wide grass where the horizon looks close and never is. Each name carried tools, customs, a way of kneading dough and telling truth, a sense of God learned at the altar of stones heaped on fresh ground. The sons of Japheth watched the light tilt toward water. From Gomer came children who loved the north wind and the creak of wagons, who learned to wrap themselves in thick weaves and to track herds across hills that winter paints blue. Ashkenaz made his homes under sharp stars, towns sturdy against cold, copper beaten bright inside houses where smoke found a way out. Riphath walked valleys where rivers braid and unbraid, carving cups from horn, learning to swap grain for salt with neighbours whose words were almost the same and almost not. Togarmah climbed into highlands where the air thins and metal hides in the ribs of hills. There they taught ore to run like rivers in the heat and harden into plough and spear as need required. Magog rode the long grass, following seasons, reading the backs of clouds for news. Their tents folded quickly, opened quickly, and smelled of leather, milk and ash. Madii went where vineyards one day would terrace hills, where old mountains lean back like elders on cushions. They learned treaties and the order that keeps many villages from swallowing each other. Javan faced the sea that is always speaking. His sons listened until they could hear wind before it arrived. Elisha coloured cloth the blue of deep water and traded it for stories. Tarshish taught trees to become ships, ribs bent, skins corked, hulls patient in a swell. They went west until gulls learned their names. Kittim seeded islands with harbour lights, built quays of stone slick with spray. Dodenim hemmed coasts with villages where nets hung every evening and laughter salted the air. Tubal and Meshech took up hammers and summoned music from anvils. They learned the secret weights of tin with copper, the way a bell must be thin just here and not there. They traded tools along river roads that never tired. Tirus scattered like bright fish into archipelago and inlet, learning the shape of sails and the science of reading a shoreline by the birds it draws. From these, the coastlands swelled with peoples, mariners and mapmakers, smiths and shepherds, who learnt to shout greeting from headland to headland so voices would arrive before boats. The sons of Ham loved heat in the soil, and the long brown glide of rivers. Cush went south until sunlight felt thick on the shoulders, and the earth offered gold in the curls of its streams. Seba set markets where caravans end, where cinnamon and ebony change hands, and so do blessings. Havilah wrote a path through savannah and grove, and knew where water sleeps under thorn. Sabta built on the curve of coasts that smell of frankincense at dawn. Rama tied seaports to inland gates. His boys, Sheba and Dedan, stacked their names like jars on shelves, spice for metal, ivory for wool, news for news, until strangers spoke them fondly at far tables. Sabteka learned river lore, where hippos rise like islands at dusk, and crocodiles sun themselves with their mouths open, pretending to be logs. Cush begot a son whose name travelled faster than his feet. Nimrod grew into his strength until it felt natural to shoot straight, to stride far, to gather men by the simple gravity of certainty. He was a mighty one before the Lord, a hunter in the open where wind has room to run, a builder in the plain where brick finds reason. He did not only take wild beasts, he took ideas and stacked them. In the land of Shinar, broad and level as a promise, he set cities where the horizon once held only sky. Babel rose first, courses of sun-baked brick, bitumen tight as a seal, courtyards broad enough to marshal a crowd. Erech followed, with temples like stair-shouldered mountains. Akkad gathered scribes who made reeds into pens and clay into memory, writing down rations and hymns so bread and prayer would not be forgotten. Kalne stood like a drumbeat at the edge of fields that rolled on and on. From that land, strength looked north and east, and followed the river that carries boats like thoughts. Asher took what Nimrod knew and founded Nineveh, whose walls would one day humble and scare, whose gardens climbed on terraces watered by ropes and will. He built Rehoboth-ir, a roomy city where markets never felt cramped, and Kala, a hinge between river and road. Between these he raised Rezen, binding them together like a seam that will hold even when the cloth is pulled. Mizraim, father of floodland and reeds, filled a narrow green with stone and story. He begot peoples who learned to live when the river rises, and to praise when it falls back. Ludim strung bows, and taught their sons to send an arrow where a thought goes. Anamim tried walls against sand, and found ways to talk through them. Lehabim and Naphtuhim learned heat as a trade, baked clay into jars that keep cool despite noon. Pathrusim lived upriver, where stone gives itself to pillars and stories prefer to be carved. Casluhim built near coasts where the sea is fickle. From them came the Philistines, who would one day plant giants in a valley and taunt the small until a sling answered. Kaftorim peopled an island that juts like a shoulder into the middle waters, sending ships in every season, writing their fish-scale script along plastered walls. Canaan made houses along the slope where dew lingers longest. Sidon, firstborn, faced north and taught harbours to grip ships like friends, purple dye to cling to cloth like dusk. Heth planted his name where heavy walls help a city keep its mothers and children. Whole clans grew from him. The Jebusite, who would one day guard a hill that has too many names to count. The Amorite, who stretched long across ridges. The Girgashite, who farmed the wet ground and refused to hurry. The Hivite, whose villages tucked into orchards. The Arkite, snug against cliffs. The Sinite, who loved the high slots where wind thins and vision widens. The Arvadite islanders with coffers full of rope. The Zemarite and Hamathite, north towns whose gates have watched empires go by like weather. Canaan's border walked from Sidon down the coast, passing Gerar's wells and Gaza's gate, then turned inland toward the cities that would learn their own sad time. Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, Lasha at the far bend, names that would one day taste of smoke. Here they scattered by clans, by language, by habits like clothing, filling the valleys that drink early, the ridges that see long. The sons of Shem kept the name in their mouths like a coin no debtor could take. They stayed near the centre for a while, then stretched outward along river and ridge, carrying a grammar of blessing and an altar's order wherever they went. Elam went east to the old plain hemmed by hills, building cities with courtyards shaped to catch evening wind, teaching archers to lean into their line like calligraphers. Asher's kin rolled up north again along the Tigris, laying brick upon the foundations Nimrod had inspired but keeping, for a time, a quieter pride. Arpachshad set his tents where the rivers divide and flood silk greases the hands with promise. His sons would keep the ledger of years the most carefully, counting births and burials like pearls. Lud turned west, making roads along the shoulder of a sea that blinks blue forever. They learned to fold metal thin and to pierce it with patterns of light. Aram loved the plateau and the clean edge of the desert. His boys, Uz, where the east begins to shine, Hul, where orchards like to huddle, gather in the wind-open places, Mash close to the mountains none can ignore, spoke a language that travels well and makes room for poetry without losing the price of grain. Arpachshad begot Shelah, and Shelah begot Eber, and Eber's name tasted of crossing over, of one bank to another, of people who keep moving toward a promise they cannot yet plot on any map. To Eber 2 sons were born. One was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. What that meant, men would argue gently by lamps for generations. Some said waterways change their thought and learn new paths, coast shrugging, river mouths shifting like sleeping beasts. Others said tongues themselves cracked and slipped, words that used to fit like neighbours suddenly needing translators and patience. However it was, lines were drawn that made travel more meaningful and pride harder to gather in one heap. The other son was Joktan, whose name tastes quick and light. He grew small kingdoms like bright tents scattered under a large sky. Joktan's sons strung themselves across the dry that blooms if you know where to press. Almedad pitched close to the western edge of the mountains that smell of rain. Shelah found valleys with wind like a weaving shuttle. Hazarmaveth, people built of stone and spice, set houses that catch frankincense as it walks past in the air. Jera learned moonrise and how trade moves like tides. Hadoram handled metals and mirrored the sun. Uzal built a city where trade routes shake hands. Dikla wrote his mark in groves of palms, dates falling like coins when the season is exact. Obal's people lifted goat bell and reed flute and kept their flocks between thorn and spring. Abimael's tents were generous and remembered travellers' names. Sheba became proverb and port, long storerooms full of scent and story. Ophir's name came to mean gold itself, fine as dust, bright as afternoon water. Havilah showed again in the east as he had in the south. Some names love to be many places at once. His lands full of resin tears and trees that do not hurry. Jobab went from well to well and never missed one, knowing the sound of water under silence. Their territory stretched from Mesha as you go toward Sephar, a high country where dawn stands up early. They threaded hills eastward like a necklace, each bead a market, an altar, a gate where elders sit and do not shame the poor. These are the families that spread like seed from 3 brothers who once disembarked on a slope where a ship still remembered salt. Each family became clans, each clan peoples. Each people learned a tongue shaped by weather and work. Some tongues clicked like pebble and brook. Some rolled round like hill and wheel. Some stacked consonants like bricks in the sun and then laid vowels over them like shade. They settled in lands that taught them patience, vineyards that refused to be rushed, fig trees that sleep and then suddenly are everywhere, fields that test a man's back and then reward a widow's gleaning. They lifted houses from mud and stone, roofed them with reed and cedar, drew straight furrows, cut channels, bargained fairly or wickedly, made music, measured stars, told children both the miracles and the mistakes. And the earth was divided and gathered, divided and gathered again, by rivers, by tongues, by pride, by trade, by marriage and peace. Men drew borders with stakes and with stories, and winds crossed them without asking. Caravans stitched coasts to interiors. Boats made neighbours of islands and capes. Letters pressed into clay told a clerk in one city what a shepherd had seen 3 valleys away. Memory kept a lamp in tents where the name was loved, and curiosity built towers where the name was forgotten. Some mornings the bough hung over all of it, making colour out of water and light, reminding farmers and kings alike that the world continues because God says so. In those days, when people gathered in markets and the talk was as thick as dates in a ripe cluster, elders would sometimes lay out the table of names for the young, as if unrolling a map. Here are the sons of Japheth, they would say, pointing along a shore bright with sails. Here are the sons of Ham, laying a palm over warm river and hot stone. Here are the sons of Shem, hand resting where prayers sound old and new at once. They would trace roads with a finger, and then tap the heart with that same finger, remembering that every road begins here, and that every road, if you're listening, carries the sound of God's first sentence. Be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth. And the children would nod as if they understood fully, which they did not yet, and run to fetch water, and later they would recite the names by firelight until the names became people in their minds, and the people became places, and the places became stories, and the stories became a way to know who they were. So the nations fanned out, each with its craft and creed, its faults and feasts, its way of tying sandals and swearing oaths. They spoke many languages and kept one calendar at its root: seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night. When the cloud bent and the bow appeared, someone always remembered aloud that the earth was being held together by more than luck. And when pride began to gather in one plain, asking for a name without God in it, the story turned toward a tower and a scattering. But that is for another night. For now the map lies open, a quilt of rivers and ridges and coasts, stitched by names that began as breaths in a single tent, and now lie down in every wind and rise again, children of blessing under the same patient sky. In those days the world still spoke with one mouth. Words crossed fields and rivers without needing to be carried by translators. A child from the hills could trade stories with a sailor from the marsh, and the sentences would meet in the air like two friends recognizing one another. It was a bright gift, and like all bright gifts, it tempted pride to dress itself as progress. They came to a wide plain, Shinar, flat table where you could set down a dream without it rolling away. Come, they said, the way eager people always say before they have thought everything through. Let's make bricks and burn them hard. Stone was stingy here, but clay, river-banked and generous, gave itself into hands that loved measure and fire. Kilns threw their orange breath against night. Bricks cooled in neat rows, perfect units, the satisfying click of one against another. Let us build a city, they said, and the word city felt like safety. Walls to keep out the marauder, a market where bread always finds butter, neighbours who are close enough to call when you've burned the stew. Then the sentence that showed what lay under all the planning: let us build a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered over the face of the whole earth. Fear of scattering dressed itself up as ambition. They stacked courses, lifted scaffolds, smeared bitumen black and shining between brick and brick. The tower rose like a finger pointed at the sky. Someone drew the first crude plan, the square footprint, the inward stepping flights, the altar they would set at the top, as if gods lived where air thinned. The city swelled with pride, the way a river swells when tide and flood conspire. In taverns, men toasted the stair that would soon touch stars. In courtyards, women laughed about how their grandchildren would be born in the shade of greatness. No one argued with success. Success is a loud talker. Then, the story says with a smile, dry as desert wind, the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the children of man had built. Their reaching had not shrunk heaven. He looked and heard what the single tongue could do when it forgot to bless. Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language. This is only the beginning of what they will do. Nothing they propose will be withheld. The words did not curl with jealousy. They were sorrow spoken by a parent who sees a child running toward a cliff, with eyes fixed on his own reflection in a puddle. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand one another's speech. Morning broke like any other. Masons reached for trowels. Foremen shouted orders. Then a man asked for a hod of bricks, and received in answer a string of syllables that sounded like river stones clattering in a jar. He blinked. He repeated himself, and was answered with a music he had never heard. A woman called to her sister for water, and heard in return a sentence shaped right, but not meaning what it used to mean. Laughter rose first, someone's prank, then frustration, then the hush that follows when tools stop. Words wandered away from one another, and the people followed their words. The scaffolding held for a while, but the will to climb it did not. Groups gathered by mutual understanding, a clump of men whose orders matched their work, a ring of women whose lullabies rhymed again, children who found the word for catch, and threw a ball with perfect joy. The city unbraided into families of sound. They tried for a few days to keep the plan by gesture and grit, but pride requires chorus, and the choir had become many choirs, each with its own song. They named the place Babel, confusion, because the speech that had made the world feel small had widened it in a breath. They packed kilns and left them to cool on their own. They shouldered what they could carry and followed a tongue as one follows a river upstream to find a spring. East and west, up the mountain and down the wadi, along coasts and into orchards, people went where they could understand and be understood. The tower stood unfinished, an interruption of brick that weather would soften and vines one day would lace. A warning and a mercy in the same shadow. The story turns, as it often does, from crowds to one quiet line threaded through time. Shem kept a tent and a hearth and a memory. He had lived long enough to see flood and dry ground, long enough to learn that God's answers are not always quick, but they are always kept. He taught his sons to shape planks true and promises truer. When Arphaxad was born, Shem put his hand on the boy's head and spoke blessing that smelled of cedar and rain. Arphaxad grew into numbers and names, a ledger of years and births that he held as if he were carrying fire in a pot. He begot Shelah, whose name carries the sense of sending, and Shelah begot Eber, a crossing over man, the one from whom those who cross will draw their name. Eber had 2 sons. He looked into the sky when one was born and called him Peleg, division, because in his days the earth seemed to crack along lines drawn by heaven, tongues separating, tribes finding borders, like roots finding rock. He looked into the face of the other and called him Joktan, and that boy, quick and light on his feet, would one day string his tents eastward where dawn gets up early. But the story returns to Peleg's hearth. Reu was born and learned how to read a stranger's eyes before bargaining. Serug followed, skilled with cord and knot, teaching boys how to set a tent that can stand against wind without boasting. Serug begot Nahor, who liked small altars and old songs. Nahor begot Terah, and in Terah's house a restlessness began that tasted like promise not yet spoken. Terah's sons were 3, Abram, Nahor, and Haran. They were born in Ur of the Chaldeans, a city that knew how to build high and count carefully. Ur sat by a river, its canals like stitched thread, its quays slick with clay, where boats kissed the bank. At its centre rose a stair-stepped mountain of brick, a ziggurat with priests climbing and smoke sliding down its sides, The moon praised with offerings while the stars kept their distances and said nothing. Markets smelled of roasted grain and fish drying on racks and resined soft wood. Scribes pressed reed into clay and made memory square and stackable. In such a place, a man could learn to love the surety of columns and the comfort of a crowd. Haran died there. The sentence is short in the scroll and heavy in a father's bones. Haran died before his father in the land of his birth. There is a way grief rearranges a house. Mats unrolled with more care, lamps trimmed in silence, the place at table not set, and yet everyone staring at the empty space. Lot, Haran's son, grew up in the echo of that absence, his hand sometimes lost in Abram's cloak as they walked, his eyes scanning his uncle's face for signs of direction. Nahor took Milcah for his wife, the daughter of Haran, family binding itself closer after a tear. Abram took Sarai, who was beautiful and quick with laughter, and had a habit of putting her hand on her husband's sleeve when he was about to say too much. Their house was warm and generous, and the evenings were long with talk, but the cradle stayed quiet. Sarai was barren, she had no child, the scroll says, and those two phrases feel like the same thing said twice, and still not enough. Months turned into years, and hope learned to sit very still so it would not break the skin. She learned to smile at other women's sons and mean it, and then later to put water to boil and wipe her eyes alone. Abram learned how to answer questions with a nod that did not accuse God of forgetting. They learned to be tender with one another, in the way that people are, when they share a single unhealed ache. One evening, Terah stood in the doorway longer than usual, watching light redraw the bricks of in softer lines. He looked past the ziggurat to a horizon he could not see. "Let's go," he said, the way a man says a decision that has been rounding itself in his chest for years. "Let's go to the land of Canaan." Perhaps it was grief that lifted his feet. Perhaps it was stories older than the city. Perhaps, as often happens, his heart had begun to feel too large for his street. They gathered, Terah, Abram and Sarai, and Lot, the boy who had learned to piece himself to his uncle's certainty. Nahor and Milcah stayed. A different obedience, a different timing. The travellers wrapped bread in cloth, tied skins at their mouths, loaded donkeys with pots that would sing on future stones. They left by the northern road, following the river that had taught them how to count. The city's hum fell behind them and became a memory they could take out at night like a polished stone. Days were measured by the pace of animals and by the need for water. They walked along irrigation canals grown wild at their edges, past fallow squares broken by volunteers of barley, past villages where children pointed at the caravan and ran until their mothers called them in. Sometimes a family joined their pace for an hour and then dropped away at a crossing. Sometimes a man walked with them until the next gate and spoke of weather and prices and the rumour that brick is better than stone. Abram listened without telling what he himself was listening for. The road bent toward the city of Haran, a place of flocks and contracts, where merchants tie their tents with double knots and elders sit under open-work roofs counting caravans. It was friendly to people who needed to stay for a while, and to those who needed never to leave. Terah stopped there. Maybe his strength was a garment that no longer fit for farther going. Maybe the sound of sheep bells soothed something that had sharpened since Haran his son died. Maybe the Lord, who measures journeys, had marked Haran as the place where the old man could lay his tools down. They pitched their tents in sight of the gate and let the beasts drink in long, satisfied pulls. The place was named like their loss. Perhaps that too felt like a home of a kind. Time learned a new shape for them. The caravans came and went, and they sold wool and bought dates and mended harness and learned the names of the men who shaved ice in winter and saved it under straw for the first hot days of spring. Sarai made friends with women who could teach you which herbs cool fever and which only pretend. Abram walked the hills around Haran and learnt the feel of limestone under thin soil, the way thorn clutches at a man's robe like a child. Lot grew taller and learned how to say no to a camel that wished to kneel before you were ready. Terah aged slowly like a tree that still stands and yet starts to let birds see the sky through places that once were leaf. They were outwardly settled. The grief in the house learned to put its shoes by the door like any other guest. The city learned their names and the shape of their honesty. At night, Abram would turn in his blanket and look past the tent wall at the same stars that had once watched Ur stare. The sky does not forget you, because you have changed address. He listened in those hours, not because he had a plan to hear something, but because listening had become how he honoured the one whose promise had stitched seasons together since the flood. Sarai lay beside him with her hand on her belly, not asking anymore, only breathing. Terah, old and near peace, dreamed of a son whose name had become a town, and then he died there in Haran, the city that said his grief aloud when anyone asked him where he was from. There is a moment just before a new sentence when the room holds its breath. Haran was that breath. In markets, men practiced languages of travellers passing through and never staying. In pastures, shepherds learned the traditional routes of migrating flocks. In houses, women taught their daughters how to grind grain with the stone that fits the hand. In a certain tent, a man and a woman waited without knowing they were waiting for a voice to untie their stakes and draw a straight line from a known half to an unknown promise. The tower had fallen into silence behind them. The ziggurat in Ur kept climbing toward a moon that could never answer back. But here, far from the place where men had tried to make a name for themselves, a name was clearing its throat to call one man by his and send him where the world could be healed by a blessing wide enough to hold every scattered tongue. Night sat quiet over Haran when the voice came, not as thunder or the rumble of a caravan, but with the simple clarity of water poured from a height. Oh, it said, "Leave your country, your kindred, your father's house. Go to the land I will show you. I will make of you a great nation. I will bless you. I will make your name a blessing, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed." The words did not argue their case. They did not flatter. They did not draw a map. They hung in the air like stars and asked for feet to trust them. Abram lay awake, listening to Sarai breathe, counting the cost with hands that had always counted honestly. In the morning, he told her what he had heard. Her face, which could turn a room into a kinder thing, grew very still, the way a lake grows still before it shows you the sky. She nodded, not as one beaten, not as one dazzled, but as a partner who knows when a door has opened for both. Lot stood in the doorway like a tall boy with a man's questions in his eyes. And when Abram said the word go, Lot stepped closer, as if the word were a rope around them all. They packed what a life can be trusted to carry. Bread and skins, tools that know the hand, flocks that know the whistle, the small carved gods that neighbours keep, which Abram did not keep. They said quiet farewells because loud ones break things you might still need later. Haran watched them go with a city's complicated blessing, glad to brag that such people had once lived at its gate, and glad to see whether the rumour of their god would catch up from behind. They moved as shepherds move, following grass the way a needle follows threads. North wind combed their hair clean at dawn. South wind laid dust on everything by noon. Children ran until they slept where they fell, and were carried without waking. Sarai learned the weight of a new silence in herself, and did not resent it. Abram learned that obedience is a procession of small steps, not a single leap, and that a man can walk all day on the promise of a sentence spoken before sunrise. Out of the long road, a land began to rise, folds of hill and shoulder of mountain, valleys shaped to hold flocks and vineyards that would one day braid themselves along stone terraces. He crossed the Jordan when it ran bright and fast, and stepped into Canaan, a name that tasted of milk and heat, of oak shade and bright stones. He came to Shechem, to the oak that held its own weather, the oak of Moreh, a tree that had been listening since it learned to drink. The Canaanite was in the land, men with the look of people who belong, who know which spring keeps sweet in drought, who can tell a year by the way the light tilts on a certain rock. There the Lord appeared to Abram. There is no explaining how a presence fills a place until even the leaf on your shoulder seems to see. To your seed I will give this land, the voice said, and the words cracked open his chest like a seed coat, small and hard no more. He built an altar, not because God needs rocks stacked, but because human hearts do. He brought stones that fit, and laid them until a table stood where gratitude could stand. He spoke the name that had called him away from home and called him again here, as if to teach his own tongue to be faithful. He pitched his tent between Bethel to the west and Ai to the east, a ridge with room for evenings that draw a man's eyes to the sky. Again he built an altar and called on the name, learning the liturgy of this new life. Tent, altar, journey, call. He moved on toward the Negev, into land that inhaled sun and exhaled heat, a place that teaches you to carry water and to spend it wisely. The days were lines of brightness, the nights bowls of dark, where stars gathered like counsel. Famine came the way famine always comes, less rain than is polite, then less again, then the ground answering with hard silences. Grass retreated to the memories of valleys. Goats stood and chewed nothing, and pretended not to notice. Abram heard the old wisdom that travels faster than any caravan when the hills dry out, go where the river never forgets. He turned his face toward Egypt, a long green argument against the desert. The Nile lay there like a spine the land remembered from before trouble, and people along it counted their lives by floods and falling water, and the silt that sticks to ankles like borrowed wealth. As he drew near the border, the human fear that knows how to find doorways opened inside him. Sarai was beautiful, even with the miles on her sandals. Beautiful in the way some people are when a room softens to meet them. "Say you are my sister," he asked with a voice that did not want to tremble, "so that it may go well with me because of you, so that my life may be spared for your sake." He had never been a coward, he had never been a fool. He had simply learned how quickly a city can take what it admires when its fear of losing becomes a law. Egypt looked at them like a hawk looks at an updraft. The officials saw Sarai and saw trouble in their futures if they did not make the right kind of trouble now. Word moved the way word moves when the halls are smooth, and Pharaoh's house learned a new name. Sarai was taken into that house, a palace where stone keeps summer cool and courtyards hide fountains under shade. For Sarai's sake, Pharaoh treated Abram well, because power loves straight lines. Flocks multiplied for him, herds thickened, servants bowed, donkeys shifted under loads of woven grain, camels kneeled and rose in slow prayers. The math added up without asking whether it should. But there are sums the world does not see until the Lord writes them in the margin. Plagues troubled Pharaoh's house, not one, not two, but enough to teach even a hard teacher. The air turned sharp where it had been smooth, rooms felt wrong at noon, doors stuck when no carpenter could explain it. The quiet shifted, and people began to look at one another with the faces of those who know that something is present which does not go away because you ignore it. Someone said the stranger's name. Someone said the woman's beauty. Someone said the word curse, and it did not feel like superstition anymore. Pharaoh sent for Abram not as for a hero, not as for prey, but as for a man who has become the hinge of the day, and the door will not swing right until he is dealt with. "What is this you have done?" he said. "Why did you not tell me she is your wife? Why did you say she is my sister, so that I took her for my wife?" The words did not need to be louder. They carried their own storm. "Here is your wife. Take her. Go." Men say many things when they have been wounded, but a wise man says the few that are required. Pharaoh commanded his men concerning Abram, a phrase that sounds like a garrison, and is sometimes simply a ring of faces making a path. They sent him away with his wife and all that he had. Egypt, that great teacher, let the lesson end without keeping the students after class. They rose again into the light that belongs to anyone who steps out of a court where air has been hard to breathe. Sarai walked beside Abram and did not quicken her step to make him pay the price of his fear. Lot matched their pace, eyes alert to wind and cloud, learning that blessing does not make a man clever, it makes him kept. They crossed back toward the Negev, into the broken shoulder of land that frees the heart by refusing to coddle it. Their tents remembered the old winds. Their flocks remembered their whistles. Their feet remembered the stones that had turned under them before. Abram came back to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, to the altar he had made at first. Return is a sacrament when it is done for the right reasons. He called there on the name of the Lord, not because the Lord had lost him and needed a location, but because Abram had nearly lost himself and needed to be found again. The stones listened. The hill took the weight of his knees. The sky, untroubled by palaces, watched with the patience it has learned since it was first told to be a sign. He carried Egypt with him in the way all travellers carry the countries that have nearly swallowed them. He carried the sight of Sarai stepping from a house that had not deserved her. The sight of Pharaoh's face set hard against his own fear of the God whose plagues know how to find a man's sleep. He carried also what mercy had allowed him to keep, herds and tents and servants, and the uneasy knowledge that wealth can crowd a soul unless the soul learns to be a steward. Lot's camp grew large too, and the land began to notice that brothers can feel cramped when their flocks graze in the same valley. The shepherds nipped at one another the way dogs do when they think their masters will not see. Abram raised his hand and stilled the noise at its first crackle. But that is for another day, when generosity must be chosen in public, so that pride can be defeated in private, when a plain will divide them, and God will lift a man's eyes and ask him to count dust and stars. For now there were altars and mournings, and the smell of sheep, and a woman's voice at dusk, telling a story to children not yet hers, because hope is a habit before it is a harvest. There were promises that did not shrink in famine, and did not confuse prosperity for approval. There was a name that could be spoken at tree and hill, and along the edges of a desert, where everything depends on whether water waits under the skin of the earth. There was a road that did not end at Egypt, and did not end at Bethel either. A road that curled like a strand of hair behind the ear of the one who had said go, and had not stopped walking beside the feet that obeyed. At night the wind fretted the ridge, and the tent spoke its low fabric music, and the stars learned to be counted by a man who did not know yet why he counted them. Sarai lay on her side with her face turned to the open, and placed her palm on the ground as if touching the heartbeat of the promise beneath it. Lot dreamed of green water and stone gates. Abram whispered the sentences he had been given until they fit the dark like a garment. I will bless, I will make, I will show. Somewhere a jackal laughed, because jackals know things about hunger and survival, and somewhere an owl tipped its round head at the small creatures that forget to be prudent at dusk. Above all of it, the old sky held, blue cloth by day and deep bowl by night, a witness without boredom, content to watch a story that was finally moving again toward the healing of many names and many tongues, not by brick and ambition, but by the obedience of two people wrapped in one tent, walking forward however slowly, keeping company with a God who makes a way where there is no map. Morning put a thin gold edge on every stone between Bethel and I, and the camp stirred the way a hive stirs, quiet at first, then full of purposeful motion. Fires took their breath. Bread went onto hot stones. Water jars hugged the shade. The sheep, sleepy and certain, followed one another as if each were the dream of the last. It should have been an easy day, the kind where work is simply the long, slow kindness you do to living things. But ease is shy when abundance presses too close. The herds had multiplied, Abram's flocks heavy with lambs, Lot's herdsmen proud of their numbers and quick with their sticks. Pasture that had been more than enough when both houses were thin felt suddenly small under the hooves of so many mouths. Men muttered while they counted. Watering troughs got crowded. Someone's goat pushed someone else's kids away and a hand flew faster than wisdom. Voices rose. A shepherd's crook snapped on a knee not made for breaking. By noon, the strife had found a rhythm. Claim, counterclaim, a short shove, a longer stare. The Canaanites and Perizzites, who also lived in the land, watched from a distance with the look of people measuring whether newcomers will learn the native art of being neighbours or tear the hills with their noise. Abram heard the thinning patience in his men before the yelling reached his tent. He went out into the heat and stood where the animals could see him and quiet themselves. He did not speak first to his herdsmen, he sent for Lot. The younger man came with dust on his sandals and ambition in his eyes. A good nephew with the posture of someone ready to prove he had learned how to hold a camp together. Abram took him up the slope until the bleating softened behind them and the wind smoothed the hard edges of voices. "Let there be no strife," Abram said, hands open at his sides so Lot could see the peace and not mistake it for weakness. "We are brothers. Your herdsmen, mine. They are arguing over grass as if grass can love them back. The whole land stretches in front of us. Separate from me, please. If you go left, I will go right. If you go right, I will go left." He said it simply, as if saying one true thing could unclench a day's fist. He said it as a man who had been given a promise and did not need to police its borders himself. Lot lifted his eyes. From that height, the land unrolled like a bolt of cloth. Westward, the hills shouldered one another in slow green humps, stone and scrub, and the kind of pasture that makes a shepherd wise by necessity. Eastward, the Jordan Valley spread like a bright scarf, dropped by a river, learning to be young again after the flood. Watered everywhere, rippling with reeds, fields that could be carved into furrows with laughter instead of sweat. It looked, the text says, like the garden of the Lord, like Egypt toward Zoar, the very places that live in the memory as shorthand for enough. Lot's gaze lingered in the direction that reminded his mouth of sweetness. Below, names lay on the plain like coins. Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboyim, cities that had learned to sit in a circle around markets, where figs leaned in pyramids and scales clicked a little too quickly. Smoke from their altars rose straight up on windless afternoons. Their walls knew how to keep danger out, and rarely tried to keep vice in. The men of Sodom were wicked, great sinners before the Lord. An old voice whispers from the future into that moment. But Lot did not have the benefit of the future's shorthand. He had his eyes and a memory of appraising river edges, and an ache to secure something for his own house that would not require him to ask Abram for anything ever again. "I will go east," Lot said, not unkindly, not triumphantly, simply like a man who sees a line and steps onto it. Decision ran down his face like cool water. He went back to camp to tell his wife, to clap his steward on the shoulder, to point at the low ground and say words like fat and easy and soon. His men smiled in that way herdsmen do when they imagine shoulders light with pasture and nights with more singing than worry. Abram watched the tents come down. He saw Lot's boys chase one last goat between the ropes for the pleasure of it, and then chase it for necessity. He saw the way the women wrapped the pots so the lids would not rattle, the way the men folded the tent cloth as if their own fathers were watching. When the procession lengthened, flocks like moving clouds, servants like small streams, camels kneeling and rising in their patient prayers, Abram lifted a hand. Lot lifted his in answer. They did not embrace, because some goodbyes are easier on the heart if the hands are still. The long train angled toward the green and glittering plain, until the glints of water were the only things shining. Lot pitched his tents as far as Sodom. First the fertile outskirts, then the neighbourhoods with irrigated edges, then the city gates themselves breathing noise. A man does not intend to come that close, and then he does. And then there he is, coin in hand, bargaining with men whose mouths have lost the taste for truth. Lot learnt the timetables of the valley, the alarm calls of jackals, the way the river smells when it is thinking of rising, the price of dates when caravans are thin. He learnt the weight of doors, the sorts of stories told when lamps are trimmed late, and he learned too slowly the look in a man's eye when he says friend and means future leverage. But the flocks were fat, the grass was easy, children laughed in the evenings. It is hard to argue with short-term proofs. When Lot was gone and the dust settled back on the stones between Bethel and Ai, a familiar presence came near Abram, as presence comes near those who have made a generous wound in themselves. It was not a wind, not a light, it was that old certainty that makes the ground beneath your feet feel more real. Lift up your eyes, said the Lord. The same instruction Lot had obeyed, but to a different end. Look from the place where you are, north and south, east and west. For all the land that you see, I will give to you, and to your seed forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, so that if one can count the dust of the earth, your offspring also can be counted. Arise, walk through the land in its length and breadth, for I will give it to you, dust. Abram stooped and took a pinch between finger and thumb, rubbed it until it clung to the lines in his skin. Dust in a tent seam, dust in a sleeping mat, dust in a boy's hair at dusk. Dust that makes mud when rain is faithful, and bread when patience is faithful back. He laughed, not loud, but full, the laugh a man lets go when he recognises both the impossibility and the kindness of a promise. Sarai found him kneeling, and did not ask at first. She stood behind him, lay her palm between his shoulders, and felt the long muscles loosen under her touch. He told her the words bit by bit, as if sharing a fruit and wanting her to have the sweetest mouthfuls. They took down their tent and moved, not in a rush, not as if chased, but in obedience to the instruction to walk the promise, like a field that will one day be yours if you know it well now. They turned south toward Hebron, where the hills gather themselves into a broad shoulder and rest, where oaks have learned to put their roots into rock and drink from it as if it were a spring. The oaks of Mamre ringed a grassy hollow, grey trunks wide enough to hide a child behind, leaves dense enough to make noon behave like gentler hour. There Abram pitched his tent and found that even the wind there spoke in a lower voice. Neighbours made themselves known, because neighbours are the best blessing in a country where trouble travels. Mamre the Amorite lived nearby with his brothers Eshcol and Aner, men with hands made for both hospitality and war, men who counted their flocks without cheating heaven and kept a respectful eye on the roads. They measured Abram the way seasoned men measure a stranger, by how he speaks to servants, by whether he watches his wife's face when someone else is talking, by how his animals are watered, by whether his boys laugh without fear. They found him steady and were relieved to discover that steadiness in a world that tilts. Abram gathered stones again, because gratitude had learned its way in him by repetition. He built an altar under the oaks where shade holds, a simple table of rock shaped by patient hands, and called on the name. Smoke rose through leaves and joined the wind's conversation. A child, some neighbour's boy, sat cross-legged a little distance away and watched the fire with the seriousness children give to important things. Sarai set bread to cool on a woven tray. Servants spread a cloth under the branches and set out curds and milk, and a stew that had waited long enough to deepen. He walked the land as he had been told, the length and the breadth, often with one of Mamre's men along to show him paths that do not fight the ankles, and springs that do not go bitter in late summer. He learned the smell of time when your foot bruises it. He learned which ravines become dangerous, and which become safe when clouds gather at the wrong time. He learned the kindness of certain rocks as pillows in a hurry, and the cruelty of similar-looking rocks that pretend and then jab. He learned to recognise the hawk's steady circle, and the way crows tell a man's business to other men. Every rise of the ground gave him a new horizon, and every horizon called him again to lift his eyes. North, where the ridge lines knit like careful weaving. South, where the light hardens and boulders sit like old men who know too much. East, where the valley gleams with a promise that is not his to covet and not his to despise. West, where the sea breathes behind low hills and sends its breath inland as salt on the lip and damp at evening. He counted time by miles and thoughts by small piles of stones he set here and there to mark a prayer he had prayed. A son, Lord, a city, Lord, the mercy to be kind when victory makes men foolish, the courage to receive what I cannot earn. He met men on the road who asked about the God whose altars kept appearing under oaks and on ridges. He answered without embarrassment that his God speaks before maps exist and keeps speaking after plans fail. He did not sell his God as a lucky charm to be tucked into a pocket against snakes and taxes. He described him the way a man describes the wind that has a personality. Sometimes he is gentle and sometimes he is stern, but he is never bored with us. He likes to see generosity almost as much as he likes to give reasons for it. Sarai learned the women of Hebron, how they grind in the early light, how they sing when they fold their breads. Which of them remembers the stories handed down from before the flood, and which remembers only the price of oil at market? She learned where to set pitchers to keep them cool, and what herb can nurse a headache back into the shape of bearable. She rested under the oaks in the heat of the day, and watched shadows move like slow river across grass. Sometimes she laughed without a reason she could point to. Sometimes she laid her hand on her flat belly with a tenderness that would have broken a crueler heart than Abram's, and he would pretend he did not see, not because he did not care, but because he cared exactly right. News travelled under the trees as faithfully as wind. Trouble in the valley, kings with hard faces counting other men's grain, alliances that smelled like a stew gone sour. People said phrases like battle season, and old scores, and tribute overdue, and looked towards Sodom with the low disgust reserved for places that live off their own rot. Abram listened because a man is a fool if he tends his altar and ignores his neighbour's burning house. He listened and did not yet know that soon a messenger would run under these very branches panting Lot's name, that swords would flash where the herd dogs now slept, that rescue would become liturgy too. He said a short prayer that included the word mercy twice and the word wisdom 3 times. At dusk, the oaks of Mamre learnt the names of Abram's flocks as the sheep came home and counted themselves with their bleats. A calf bumped the rope and argued with it, and someone laughed and untangled the knot. Children carried small chores in both hands, and the importance of being seen doing them on their faces. Servants leaned on poles and allowed themselves a sigh that was not complaint, but relief. Somewhere a woman beat a rug with a stick and watched the dust rise like a prophecy of innumerable descendants, and smiled without knowing why. Abram stood at the edge of camp and looked where the land fell away toward the east. He imagined Lot counting coins in a house with doorposts carved into two pretty shapes, his wife tasting sauces in a kitchen where spice hid the thin taste of worry, his daughters watching their own faces in polished metal, while outside the gate men practiced their cruelty as if rehearsal could take the sting out of performance. He raised a hand as if blessing could reach that far. "Keep him," he said, the words a string in the air, light and strong. Night gathered, and the first star showed in the notch between two oak limbs. Abram sat at the threshold of his tent and took off his sandals the way a man does when he believes he is on holy ground, whether he is or not. He tipped them, and the day's dust poured out, fine, soft, plentiful. He laughed again, thinking of the promise, then stilled himself and listened in case the voice might add another sentence in the call. He could hear, if he held his breath, the low talk of Mamre and his brothers just beyond the trees, the scrape of a ladle on the bottom of a pot, Sarai's hum as she wrapped the last of the bread, the old comfort of animals settling. He could hear also the small inward sound a man makes when a future becomes more real than his past. He would sleep soon and wake to another day of walking the length and breadth of what he had been given, to another stone set on another stone, to another conversation with a stranger who would become a friend because of shade and milk and a name spoken with reverence. He would wake to the work of keeping peace within his own tents, so that, when war found him from without, his hands would already understand how to fight for what is right without becoming what he hated. And above it all, dust, oak, altar, promise. The sky kept its patient blue and patient black and patient bow when rain would remember how to fall. A witness that the land under Abram's feet and the child not yet in Sarai's arms were being held by a faithfulness older than stars and near enough to touch. The oaks held the afternoon like a secret when the runner came, stumbling through the tall grass, dust in his hair and the whites of his eyes showing more than was proper. Men stood from their work before he found breath enough to speak. He drank, water dribbling down his beard, and the words tumbled out like stones loosed from a hillside. Kings, many of them. The valley, smoke, the shouting, the rout, the taking. The name none of them wanted to hear in a stranger's mouth. Lot. War had begun far away, as war always does, with debts and pride measured in years. For 12 seasons the cities of the plain had bent their necks to a ruler from the east, to the long arm of Elam stretching across deserts and rivers. In the 13th year they decided that pride can be a kind of harvest too, and they refused the tribute. In the 14th the east answered. 4 kings came up like weather, one from Shinar, where bricks hold memory, one from Elisah, where plains lie patient, one from Elam, with the long memory of his people, and one from the nations, a gathering of small powers braided into one whip. They did not march directly to the valley. They carved a path of warning, striking the giants remembered from old stories. The Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnim, the Zuzim in Ham, the Emim in Shaveh Kiriataim, toppling the Horites out of their cliffs along Seir, all the way to El Paran, by the edge of wilderness. Then they turned north and east again, lashing Hazazon Tamar, and the smoke from those places taught the 5 cities what was coming. So the 5 kings of the plain drew themselves up, Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Bela, which is Zoar, and went out to the valley of Siddim, where the ground bubbles with pits that smell like the inside of the earth. They shouted courage to one another over the slick black patches, and for an hour it seemed as if numbers might carry the day. But numbers cannot measure fear, and the fear that arrived ran faster than men. The kings of Sodom and Gomorrah broke and fled. Some fell into the pits. Others climbed the hills and did not stop until their lungs were a rasp. The invaders swept the field, emptied storehouses, stripped vineyards of their baskets and camels of their loads, and gathered a long, ragged train of women and children and servants, people reduced to the common word goods. In that line, near the middle, walked Lot, Abram's nephew, no longer a man with a city, only a man with a mouth too dry to curse his own choosing. The fugitives' news broke on the camp like a blown lamp. Darkness first, then the furious scramble. Abram did not shout. He listened the way he listens when the wind changes under the oaks. He looked east toward the valley that had looked like a garden and now must look like a broken bowl. He sent for Mamre and his brothers Eshcol and Anna, neighbours, allies, men whose hands kept tools and swords in the same chest. They came with the gravity of those who know that when you have eaten another man's salt, you will stand with him when the day calls for more than talk. Abram called then for the men he had been training all this quiet while, 318 of them, not hired blades, but sons of the household, men born within the tents who had learned to step as one when the shepherd's whistle sounded, and to brace a gate in a dust storm without being told twice. He armed them, spears checked, cords knotted, slings counted, short swords unwrapped from oiled cloth. He walked through the ranks and put his hand on shoulders, saying a name here, a blessing there. Sarai stood in the door of the tent with her face steady, as if holding calm for everyone who would leave it behind at the tree line. The old altar under the oaks watched them like a witness. Smoke marks long faded, stones cool, promise warm. They set out at dusk. To chase by day is to measure a failure by miles. To chase by night is to measure it by courage. The moon lifted and made a silver road of every stream. Dogs ran until their tongues lolled and then ran more. Abram's men moved with a rhythm learned from years of work, breathing not to show off, but simply to keep going. They followed the trail north, the prints of heavy carts and the careless sprawl of army feet. They passed places where a dropped jar had broken and the odour of oil still clung to the ground, where a child had sat down and been lifted roughly and left a handprint that looked like a question. At Dan the trail bent, and so did Abram's plan. He divided his servants into companies, small shadows fanning out along the flanks of the long column ahead, and waited for the hour when even sentries blink too long because the body remembers sleep at last. They fell on the invaders in the shift between darkness and pale, not as a wave that breaks and is done, but as a tide that keeps coming. Cries went up at the edge first, then farther in. Men tripped over their own plunder and cut themselves on their own trophies. Abram's company struck and slipped and struck again, driving panic like a wedge through the column. A man from Elisar lifted a spear and found it heavy with fear. He let it go and ran. Others ran because men always run in groups. The king shouted in languages thick as honey. Their commands went unheard. The night shredded their grammar. The 4 banners that had looked like one whip in the daylight unravelled into 4 threads snapping in every direction. Abram pressed the advantage because pity at the wrong moment is only a new kind of cruelty. He pursued them north of Damascus to a place called Hobah, until breath was currency and most of the enemy had nothing left to spend. Strength bled out of the invaders, and when the sun finally stood up, it looked down on a plain of men whose certainty had drained away while they slept. And then the morning arrived that the captives had not thought could come. The shouting thinned, then changed, and a different sound arrived, voices that called names with hope in them. Women turned their heads as if hearing their own childhoods again. Children stopped their careful quiet and cried loud on purpose so that the right ears would find them. Lot, who had been counting his mistakes as his only possessions, looked up and saw a figure he recognised from the days before he chose easy grass over faithful hardship. "Uncle," he said, a word that weighed more than he remembered, and Abram's hand closed around his forearm in a grip that returned him to himself. They gathered what had been taken, not only the coins and the cloth, the jars and the baskets, but the people, wives who had walked with dignity even when reduced to spoil, children who had not spoken for days in order to save their voices for calling this moment, old men who had told stories to one another under guard so that the stories would survive whoever did not. The long train turned south, not a triumphant parade, but a careful procession of the living, the wounded, and the weary. Abram's men walked with the quiet that comes after a work finished cleanly, no boasting, the accounting done simply by counting heads who would sleep under their own roofs again. Lot kept close to Abram for a time, as if distance were a trick that might be played on him again if he looked away. News ran ahead of them down the Jordan like wind in reeds. The king of Sodom, who had fled one battlefield and been preserved for this conversation, came out to meet Abram in the valley of Shaveh, the king's valley, a wide place where royal feet prefer to be seen. He was not the only king to arrive. Another figure stepped into the clearing quiet as a new thought. He carried no column of spears, no standard, only bread and wine, the food of peace and of covenant. His name was Melchizedek, king of Salem, a small high city whose very name breathes peace. He was also priest of God Most High, El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth. The scrolls will later marvel at him, but in the moment his presence felt simple and right, as if the land itself had decided to speak a blessing in a human voice. He set the bread where hungry men could see it without lunging, and poured the wine as if it were a sacrament no one had yet had words for. Then he blessed, hands lifted not as a conjurer's, but as a servant's, offering the words upward. Blessed be Abram by God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. The sentences settled on the company like shade. They said out loud what everyone had felt in their bones while running at midnight. Victory is not seized, it is given. Abram bowed his head as a man bows when his own best truth is spoken by another's mouth. He brought out 1/10 of everything, the first fruit of the recovered, not because the priest needed it, but because Abram needed to keep the channel between gift and gratitude clean. Melchizedek received the tithe without greed and the thanks without surprise, and for a long minute the valley felt like an altar set between heaven and earth, bread in the open air, wine that tasted of vines the flood had not forgotten, blessing like rain that waters more than one field. When the blessing's echo had finished, the king of Sodom stepped forward with the urgency of a man who prefers bargains to benedictions. The smell of the slime pits seemed to cling to him even here in the clean breeze. "Give me the persons," he said, already calculating the tax value of each head in his mind, "but take the goods for yourself." It was a shrewd offer. He could pretend generosity while restaffing his city and letting Abram carry home the awkward weight of wealth obtained in war. Abram lifted his right hand before any agreement could be made, and opened his palm to the sky, as if swearing upon the very dome that covers all promise. "I have raised my hand to the Lord, God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth," he said, letting the king of Sodom hear the name Melchizedek had just used, just making it clear that the priest's theology was now the grammar of this conversation. "That I will not take a thread or a sandal strap or anything that is yours, lest you should say, 'I have made Abram rich.'" The words were not sharpened to wound, they were honed to fit truth. Wealth is a good servant and a terrible witness. Abram would not let the story of his household be told in the voice of Sodom's generosity. "Only what the young men have eaten," he added, practical as ever. "Men must eat while they fight other men's battles, and the share of the men who went with me, Arnier, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion." He would not make a vow for other households. Justice is cleanest when it stays within the lines of your own authority. The king of Sodom looked past Abram's raised hand at the people filing by, faces he had thought lost to him, wives who might not be as patient with him now, servants who would remember the day their king ran. He nodded, because there was nothing else to do. He took the persons, and with them the knowledge that a man can be rescued by someone who will not sell him back his own shame. Lot stood a little apart, watching the exchange with the uneasiness of a man who has just been lifted out of a pit and is already standing at the edge of another. He thanked Abram, and the word sounded like a vow he could not yet see how to keep. He turned his face back toward the valley, because that is where his tent was. His wife's kitchen, his daughter's laughter. Abram did not forbid him. Some lessons cannot be taught by command. They are learned in the slow grammar of consequence. He only placed his hand on Lot's shoulder and squeezed, and Lot felt in that grip the memory of altars and the scent of oaks and the sound of the wind that hates the walls of Sodom. Abram turned homeward up the ridge roads with his men, lighter by the weight of wealth he had refused, heavier by the knowledge that his name had been said in the same breath as a king and a priest and a God who keeps giving victories that no man can truly claim. The oaks received them with their old suspicion of noise and their quick forgiveness of the weary. Sarai met him with her eyes first, and he answered with a look that said the important parts without speech. We returned, and there is bread and wine in the world, and our hands are still clean. That night he sat under the branches with Mamre and Eshcol and Aner, and they divided what was theirs by right. There was no haggling, only the arithmetic of friendship done on the table of trust. The young men ate with the appetite of those who have run hard and slept little. A servant stood nearby, fingering a sling rope, remembering the weight of a stone at that moment when a man must choose where to put his courage. Abram raised a cup and said the name the priest had said, and for a moment the oaks of Mamre felt like Salem, and Salem felt like the first altar on the first dry ground after the flood, and the promise felt near enough to rest a head upon. When the camp slept and the fires turned to red eyes among ash, Abram lay awake and watched the shape of the branches cut the stars into honest pieces. He remembered the night march, the brief terrible faces of the kings when they realized they were prey, the taste of Melchizedek's bread, the sound of "Blessed be God Most High" in the mouth of a stranger who felt like kin. He thought of a thread and a sandal strap, and the way a man can be owned by what he does not say no to. He thought of Lot walking back down to the valley and prayed without words. A long letting go that was also a long holding on. Far off, beyond the next hill and the next, the plain slept as plains do, restless, dreaming of its markets. In Salem, the priest-king sat in his quiet city, perhaps awake as well, whispering into the night the same name he had spoken in the valley, his hands open as if still offering bread and wine to whoever might come. Between them stretched a land whose length and breadth Abram had begun to learn by foot and by faith. Above them all a sky watched full of patient fire, and the one who possesses heaven and earth considered a man with dust on his hands and blessing in his mouth, and decided the time was near to say more.